Chapter 1725. Hu Xiaoheng put a hand on his forehead and stared at Gu Nianji. He smiled and said, "But I think this is something your father would do." The implication was that Lu Jin wasn't very reliable. Perhaps he didn't pay attention to it sometimes and casually left such an important thing on the table in the laboratory. Gu Nianji was also puzzled when she said that. She also knew that her father was sometimes unreliable, so she didn't dare tell him the true identity of Peter from the KGB. But when she thought about how Lu Jin had told her about the experiment with great enthusiasm, it was obvious that he was very familiar with the experiment and was very proud of it. After so many years, not only had he been able to accurately find this information and use psychological pressure to make Ishihara Bai-san commit suicide, but he had also remembered the contents of this experimental information. Wasn't it suspicious? And for these researchers, if it was their proudest work, would they casually put it on the table for everyone to admire? Gu Nianji felt that something was wrong. Hu Xiaoheng hadn't seen Lu Jin explain the experimental design to Gu Nianji with his own eyes, but from Gu Nianji's expression, he could guess that Lu Jin must have shown something different that made Gu Nianji suspicious. So Hu Xiaoheng said very gently, "Then what's your inference? Your father didn't just put it on the table." Gu Nianji shrugged and said resentfully, "I don't understand biological genetic engineering. This experimental design is too profound. After all, it was something that was plagiarized by a PhD student for his graduation thesis. It's not something that someone like me who often reads literature about biological genetic engineering can understand at a glance." Hu Xiaoheng smiled and shook his head. He looked at Gu Nianji and said softly, "Give me a kiss, and I'll help you find a good helper." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said angrily, "I'm annoyed. Don't make a fuss." Hu Xiaoheng looked around. Lu Jin still showed no signs of coming in. He got up and sat down beside Gu Nianji. He wrapped one hand around her waist and the other around the back of her neck. He hugged her tightly and lowered his head to kiss her. He bit her lips hard before letting go. "Is there any more of what your father demonstrated to you? It would probably take a long time to get the real answer just by looking at the experimental design. But if Lu Jin had demonstrated the content to Gu Nianji just now, it should be easier for him to show it to others." Gu Nianji pouted at the laptop. "Look, it's over there, but there are only some pictures and steps. Is that okay?" She asked again, "Who are you going to show it to?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, "There are experts in biological genetic engineering in the KGB of the Soviet Union. Not only the KGB of the Soviet Union, but the CIA also had experts in this area." The contents of this experimental design had already been published by Ishihara Bai-san in his doctoral thesis more than 30 years ago. Therefore, it was not considered confidential, and it was fine to let others see it. Gu Nianji quickly said, "I just want to know what's so great about this experimental design, and what benefits and conveniences it provides for Ishihara Bai-san's research." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Wait here. I'll edit the content and send it back." Gu Nianji pressed her palms together and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with stars in her eyes. "You're amazing." Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but lean over and kiss her again. He whispered in her ear, "I'm not as good as you." "Gu Nianji, how is that possible? Don't tease me." Gu Nianji wrinkled her little nose. Hu Xiaoheng said dryly, "No matter how amazing I am, don't I still have to bow down to you? Who do you think is more amazing?" When he said this, Gu Nianji felt that the air was filled with sweetness. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks were flushed. She gently pushed him. "Nonsense, are you acting as Peter again? How could the real Hu Xiaoheng say that?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at her intently. Gu Nianji was elated by his gaze. She was in a good mood and became playful. She reached out her hand to him and said, "Congratulations on getting rich. Give me the red packet." She was asking for a red packet for the new year. Hua Xiaoheng gently patted her palm with one hand and said dryly, "No red packet, only high. Do you want it?" "Tsk, so stingy." Gu Nianji pouted. "Don't think you can stop giving me red packets just because you're Peter now." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her in amusement for a while before slowly taking out a bright red envelope from his trouser pocket. He waved it in front of Gu Nianji's eyes. "Do you want it?" Gu Nianji deliberately rolled her eyes and looked away. "Tacky. No. You really don't want it." Hua Xiaoheng pretended to put it away. Although Gu Nianji's eyes weren't looking in his direction, her gestures were very accurate. She grabbed the red packet in Hua Xiaoheng's hand without looking back. She squeezed it with her hand and was a little disappointed. "It's so thin." She opened the seal and shook it out. A black card fell out. A black card with unlimited overdraft. Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. "Peter, I didn't expect a KGB agent like you to have such a card. Tell me, are you corrupt?" Hua Xiaoheng laughed. "Take a closer look. Where did this black card come from?" "Gu Nianji, you can't tell, can you?" Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. "This is the black card from the other side. Use it when you go back." Gu Nianji didn't expect it to be the black card from the other side. She lowered her head and after a while, she said softly, "Then we have to be able to go back." Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and kissed her. "We'll definitely be able to go back. Trust me." Before Gu Nianji could come back to her senses, Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten up and left to send a message to his Soviet colleague. Lu Jin was a little uneasy when Lu Yuan brought him to his apartment. Lu Yuan saw him like this and sighed. "Tell me, what kind of trouble did you cause this time?" "No, there's no trouble," Lu Jin said subconsciously. He prayed that Lu Yuan didn't know about Ishihara Bai-san. However, Lu Yuan had already heard about it from Hua Xiaoheng, so he didn't stand on ceremony. "Why did you want Ishihara Bai-san to die?" Lu Jin covered his face and shouted, "Are you guys done? You're all asking me." He plagiarized my experimental design and was exposed. He committed suicide out of shame. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm afraid even Peter and Nianji won't be fooled by your words, right?" Lu Jin wiped his face with both hands and sighed heavily. "Actually, I just can't stand Ishihara Bai-san. He's the descendant of a war criminal who relied on the information his ancestors obtained from the digital army and made behind-the-scenes deals with the Americans to survive. He still has to continue to engage in biological genetic engineering research. Would you be happy if it were you?" Lu Yuan was stunned. Ishihara Bai-san has something to do with the Japanese digital army. His grandfather, Ishihara Shiro, was the main scientist in the famous digital army in Japan. From the beginning of that war, he had been conducting research on bacterial biological weapons in our country. Then, he used the data of the bacterial biological weapons, which contained the blood and lives of our citizens, to privately trade with the United States. Thus, he escaped the International Court of Justice's trial as a war criminal. Lu Jin said hatefully, "Pfft. How can the descendants of such people be fit to engage in biological genetic engineering research?" Lu Yuan knew about the famous digital army in Japan. Whether it was in this world or the other world, this digital army had caused huge damage and losses to the Huaxia Empire. However, he didn't know as much as Lu Jin did. He didn't even know the name of a little-known scientist. He couldn't help but ask in confusion. "You're so familiar with that digital army?" Lu Jin sneered. "Who asked me to study a PhD in biology in the United States on a whim? The basic data used in my supervisor's laboratory was the data provided by the Japanese digital army." As a Huaxia Empire person with a conscience, even Lu Jin, who had always been obsessed with academia, couldn't stand the humiliation and heartache when he saw the data that contained the lives and blood of his compatriots. This is today's second update for April's monthly votes plus update 1, chapter 1714, Going South and North, 1. Today was the third update, in order to return the monthly votes for April. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes 8:00 p.m., the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1726. Lu Yuan didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Lu Jin thought he had stopped, but Lu Yuan asked faintly. Because of this, you set up this trap more than 30 years ago. You're so good at hiding it. I didn't even see through it. Don't call me Boss Lu in the future. You're the boss. Lu Jin, alright, I'll follow up on this matter. Don't worry about it anymore. Lu Yuan raised his hand. Don't go out for the next few days. Nianji and Peter are both very observant people. If you continue to cause trouble, I think they'll lock you in your studio. Lu Jin, he stood up to leave, but Lu Yuan rubbed his temples and continued, help me check again. I've been having headaches more frequently recently, and I often suffer from insomnia. Lu Yuan's headache was caused by the resonance of the magnetic field during that experiment. It still hadn't been cured. This disease had nothing to do with genetics, and Gu Nianji couldn't help him. Lu Jin took Lu Yuan to the studio in his apartment. There was a full set of equipment there that could give Lu Yuan a comprehensive physical examination. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng was also sending a message to his KGB colleagues. Coincidentally, his colleagues were online, and they immediately started studying it after receiving it. In the evening, Lu Yuan woke up from his sleep and found himself still in Lu Jin's studio. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was sitting in front of his supercomputer, calculating something. Lu Yuan got off the hospital bed and asked Lu Jin, "How is it? Is there nothing wrong with my body?" Lu Jin turned to look at him and smiled. "There's nothing wrong with your body, but there's something wrong with your mind." Lu Yuan. Speak human. Lu Jin snapped his fingers. It's because you've been thinking of love recently, which has caused a change in your body's hormone levels. If you haven't vented it for a long time, there's nothing wrong with low hormones. But when hormones are high, there'll be problems if you don't vent it. Lu Yuan's lips twitched awkwardly. He ignored Lu Jin's words and nodded. It's good that there's nothing wrong with your body. He asked Lu Jin again, "It's getting late. Shall I go make dinner?" Lu Jin smiled and waved at him. Go. I'll go after I'm done with this problem." Lu Yuan, he went to Gu Nianji's apartment and saw her sitting on the sofa with Hu Xiaoheng. They seemed to be talking. As soon as he entered, Gu Nianji smiled and said, "President Lu is here to make dinner." Lu Yuan scoffed and said, "Peter, come to the kitchen. I'll teach you how to cook." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips into a smile and said to Gu Nianji, "My colleagues said they have results and will send a message soon. This is my phone. Take a look for yourself." He handed his phone to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand and said, "No, how can I look at your phone? You can show it to me after you read it." Lu Yuan could not help but feel a headache for them when he saw their hypocritical evasions. But he didn't say anything. He turned and walked to the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was determined not to take his phone, so he didn't insist. Standing up from the sofa, he said, "Then I'll go to the kitchen first. I'll let you know if anything happens." Gu Nianji nodded. Not long after Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan went to the kitchen, Lu Jin arrived. Seeing that Gu Nianji was the only one sitting in the living room looking at her phone, Lu Jin smiled and said, "Huh? Where are those two?" They went to the kitchen. Gu Nianji looked up and smiled at Lu Jin. "Dad, are you done resting?" Yes. I'm fine. I'll be even better after I get some sleep tonight. Lu Jin laughed and sat down beside Gunyanji. He had only said a few words to her when Gunyanji's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was He Jichu calling. She hesitated for a moment but still answered it guiltily. Happy New Year, Nyenji. He Jichu stood in a conference room in a military camp. He lowered his head and looked at the geometric carpet on the ground in a daze. Gu Nyenji quickly said, Happy New Year, young master He. I should be the one paying you a New Year's greeting, but I saw you and General He's New Year's greeting at the Spring Festival Gala last night. I thought that you might be busy these few days, so I didn't call. He Jichu had gone to the grassroots level with He Qingjian early this morning to pay New Year's greetings to the soldiers. He was indeed very busy. He Jichu smiled faintly and said coldly, No matter how busy I am, I still have time to call someone. Some people who don't even make a phone call because they're busy either don't take you seriously, or they don't want to talk to you. Gu Nyenji felt a little awkward and whispered, Young master He is always so sharp with his words. He Jichu was about to speak when the door to the conference room in front of him was pushed open. Xia Qingying, who was wearing a camouflage winter military uniform, poked her head in and said with a smile, Young master He, it's your turn. She was one of the best in the new media, and He Qingjian had the intention of matchmaking her and He Jichu. Therefore, he had allowed Xia Qingying's new media company to participate in this activity on the first day of the new year. It could be considered a supplement to the traditional media. Gu Nyenji heard Xia Qingying's voice on the phone and immediately recognized it. She said happily. Did cousin Xia call you? Young master He, hurry up and go. I won't delay you anymore, ha 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 ha. Gu Nyenji hung up the phone decisively, and the smile on her face widened. On the first day of the new year, good news came one after another. Lu Jin had wanted to mock He Jichu, but when he saw that Gu Nyenji was in a good mood after the call, he swallowed his words and said with a smile, Is it Xia Qingying? You're with He Jichu on the first day of the new year. Looks like good things are coming. Gu Nyenji smiled but didn't say anything. At that moment, her phone dinged again. Gu Nyenji looked down and saw that it was a text from Hua Xiaoheng asking her to check her email. Gu Nyenji quickly opened her email and saw that there was an attachment forwarded by Hua Xiaoheng. She glanced at Lu Jin and said calmly, Dad, I want to eat some mangoes. Can you help me see if there's any more in the kitchen? Mangoes. Okay, I'll go take a look. I remember there's more. But it's not good to only eat mangoes. I'll go see if there's any other fruit. Lu Jin quickly stood up. Just you wait. He happily went to the kitchen to prepare some fruit for Gu Nyenji. Gu Nyenji wanted mangoes because it would take longer to prepare, and Lu Jin would stay in the kitchen for a while longer. After Lu Jin left, Gu Nyenji opened the attachment in her email and looked at it. This was an attachment sent by Hua Xiaoheng's Soviet colleague. It mainly explained the pros and cons of the experimental design to Hua Xiaoheng. After Gu Nyenji saw a long list of data analysis in the attachment, the person wrote, This experimental design was indeed very advanced more than 30 years ago, and it was also very perfect and precise. It was proposed by Ishihara Bai-san, an expert in biological genetic engineering in Japan, in his doctoral thesis. Later, Ishihara Bai-san's research and the entire biological genetic engineering research in Japan were carried out under this framework. But the strange thing is that Ishihara Bai-san's research hasn't yielded any meaningful results in the past 30 years. Gu Nyenji's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. She quickly searched the academic papers that Ishihara Bai-san had published over the past 30 years on the internet. Even if she didn't understand biological genetic engineering, Gu Nyenji found that although Ishihara Bai-san had published many biological papers in top academic journals over the past 30 years, the titles and abstracts of those papers were obviously useless scraps. They weren't as sensational and useful as the concept of gene editing that Qin Yaoguang had proposed more than a decade ago. That was strange. She held her phone and pondered until Lu Jin placed a fruit plate in front of her. There were cut ivory awns, peeled lychees, and some white and fresh water chestnuts. Gu Nianji picked up a few water chestnut slices with a toothpick and ate them. She smiled as she chatted with Lu Jin in a roundabout manner. "Dad, tell me about our family. What do Grandpa and Grandma do? Where are they?" Lu Jin was very happy that Gu Nianji had taken the initiative to ask about the Gu family. He sat beside her and took a toothpick to feed her lychees. He said, "Your grandfather, Gu Haoze, went abroad a long time ago. He used to be a very famous psychologist, but he's no longer around. Your grandmother followed your grandfather's footsteps and lived a very good life. But she's no longer around." Gu Nianji was very regretful and continued to ask tentatively. "Has grandfather ever been to Germany?" Lu Jin, he frowned at Gu Nianji. "Why did you go to Germany? What are you thinking about?" Gu Nianji didn't beat around the bush. "I'm thinking about the corresponding body. That Gu Haoze in the other world is a very powerful person. He's very good at hypnosis, but he was locked up in the concentration camp of the Northeast Digital Army. Later, before the end of World War II, he was sent to Germany." Lu Jin shook his head as if he wasn't surprised at all. "That's different. Our Gu family has never been captured by the Japanese Digital Army. My father went abroad to study when he was a teenager. He finished his PhD in psychology in the United States and stayed there to settle down. Therefore, Gu Xiangwen, the genius Lu Jin, was not created by the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed. He was a natural-born descendant of the Huaxia Empire." "Then you were born abroad?" Gu Nianji perked up and became even more curious. "What about the He family? Is young Master He's grandfather called He Shouwang? Is he also a good friend of my grandfather?" Lu Jin nodded. "I was born and raised abroad. After I finished my PhD, your grandfather asked me to return to China, so I returned to China to do research. He Qingjian's father is indeed called He Shouwang. He used to study abroad and had a good relationship with your grandfather. However, he went to West Point Military Academy. After he returned to China, he joined the revolution and died on the battlefield. He Qingjian inherited his will and also joined the army." Gu Nianji could tell that the experiences and encounters of He Shouwang and Gu Haoze on this side were completely different from those of He Shouwang and Gu Haoze on the other side. He Zhichu had once said, "My grandfather, He Shouwang, and your grandfather, Gu Haoze, were both survivors of Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed against the Huaxia Empire." Now that she thought about it, could it be that he was actually talking about He Shouwang and Gu Haoze in the other world, and not He Shouwang and Gu Haoze in the other world? This was today's third update, Chapter 1715, Going South and North, 2. Today was the third update, in order to return the monthly votes for April. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1727. Compared to He Zhichu's words, Gu Nianji naturally trusted her father, Lu Jin, Gu Xiangwen, more. Moreover, He Zhichu had a legitimate reason for saying that. Because he had been in the other world at the time, he had tried to use little Nianji's background on Gu Nianji so that she could have a complete family background so that no one would find out that her background was actually unknown. Therefore, he had directly told the people on the other side about the family history of the Gu and He families. If He Qingjian hadn't kidnapped her back to this world, Gu Nianji would have really lived as little Nianji. In fact, she was the counterpart of little Nianji on the other side, so the family history was almost seamless on her. Just like how Hua Xiaoheng had come here and used Xie Xian's KGB identity as his family history. Gu Nianji said in a low voice, Dad, young master, he once said in the other world that his grandfather, He Shouwang, and my grandfather, Gu Haoze, were both victims of the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed. Lu Jin snorted. He was putting on false pretenses. I'm not very sure about the Gu and He families in the other world, but you can investigate our side. Our Gu family used to be a wealthy family in the north. Before the war started, all of our family members went abroad. Some went to Europe, some went to America. Almost no one stayed in the country. The He family didn't go abroad. They stayed in this country. Their family sacrificed many lives for the revolution. Although He Qingjian, that old man, was stubborn and self-opinionated, the He family's contributions to this country couldn't be erased. He Qingjian's father, He Shouwang, was a very respected general and also had great military talent. My father respected him very much, and I admired him very much. So you're saying that you and General He were both naturally born, right? Gu Nianji asked awkwardly. Of course. Lu Jin didn't feel embarrassed at all to tell his daughter about this. We are all natural products, organic quality. Pfft. Gu Nianji almost spat out. Okay, Dad, I'm just asking for confirmation. Gu Nianji sighed and told him what she knew about the Gu family. She had also learned about the He family from Gu Haoze's suicide note in the other world, especially about He Shouwang. However, she did not know anything about He Qingjian and He Zhichu in the other world. She could only deduce now, if the corresponding body can't appear in the same spacetime, then He Zhichu in the other world should have died a long time ago. Because only in this way did young master He not die immediately. Lu Jin nodded. That's the only way. Otherwise, He Zhichu wouldn't have come back a long time ago. At this point, he also felt a little emotional. But that kid, He Zhichu, does have some sincerity towards you. At that time, he didn't even know if his counterpart was there, so he risked his life to rush over. Gu Nianji was silent for a while, then said quietly, What about you? When you sent me over, weren't you worried that there would be another Gu Nianji there? Lu Jin held her hand and hesitated to speak. After a while, he said, How could I rashly send you there without understanding the situation there? Although the idea of sending you over was suggested by Boss Lu, I won't send you to your death without going through strict verification. Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. Then how did you rigorously verify it? Lu Jin became excited when he talked about his invention. He beamed with joy and said, Nianji, you know that everyone has their own specific magnetic field. Although it's very weak, it doesn't exist. And the magnetic fields of the two counterparts in the parallel space are exactly opposite. This is also why when the counterpart in the parallel space comes to the same space, they will immediately die. It's like a collision of positive and negative particles. The result is only annihilation. Gu Nianji understood this part of the content. She opened her laptop and began to record it. She smiled and said, Yes, I know that. What else? Lu Jin stood up and walked around the living room. He waved his big hand in the air. So after Boss Lu suggested sending you over, I thought of a way to build a human magnetic field detector that can monitor the magnetic field of the counterpart in the opposite space. Because the magnetic field of the counterpart is opposite, I have your human magnetic field marker. If I detect the energy fluctuations of the opposite magnetic field in the opposite space, I will be able to know if your counterpart exists in the opposite space. If the opposite magnetic field fluctuations in the opposite space don't exist, then it means that you don't have a counterpart there. Gu Nianji asked curiously, But there are billions of people in the other world. How are you so sure that there isn't a counterpart there? Actually, the principle is very simple. Do you know how the television receives the image? In short, the television station sends the signal, and the television receives the signal. I used this principle to capture the weak magnetic field of the counterpart as a signal sent by the television station. I used my magnetic field detector to receive it through high-power quantum transmission. Unfortunately, doing so consumes a lot of energy. I can only lock onto your magnetic field counterpart signal. I don't have that much energy to search for someone else's magnetic field counterpart. Gu Nianji suddenly understood and asked, then when you detected it, did you really not discover the existence of my counterpart in the opposite space? Lu Jin had a complicated expression on his face. He said regretfully and fortunately, when I first detected it, I discovered the existence of your counterpart. I was very disappointed and thought I wouldn't be able to send you over. But not long after, I suddenly discovered that the energy fluctuations of her magnetic field became weaker and weaker. Later, it completely disappeared from the magnetic field detector. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. What does that mean? This means that Gu Nianji's life is slipping away. Lu Jin sighed. I don't know what happened over there, but I'm very sure that that day, Gu Nianji over there was dying. She was dying. So I decided to send you over immediately in case anything unexpected happened. Gu Nianji was so impressed by Lu Jin's abilities that she couldn't help saying, Dad, you're so amazing. But at that time, couldn't you really think of a way to inform Gu Xiangwen over there? He really loves his daughter very much. Gu Nianji's eyes turned red when she thought of the holographic image of Gu Xiangwen she had seen in the submarine. He was also a good father who loved his daughter with all his heart. Lu Jin shook his head. I told you, I've already expended a lot of energy to find your corresponding magnetic field. If we go find Gu Xiangwen over there, then none of us will be able to go over. He was being selfish, he thought. In the moment of life and death between someone else's daughter and his own daughter, he had chosen his own daughter. Gu Nianji understood and immediately said, Dad, don't feel guilty. I know that's impossible. Her death has nothing to do with you. Don't listen to my nonsense. Even if Lu Jin could have informed Gu Xiangwen over there, would he have been able to save her in time? Who knew what had happened over there? Gu Nianji was very upset. How could she have done such an easy thing? Lu Jin looked at her and smiled. He patted her head and said softly, I understand. I don't feel guilty. If I had to choose again, I would still choose you. Nianji, I'm not a selfless person. In my heart, the most important thing is for my daughter to grow up happily. However, it was a little too late for him to realize this. He had caused his daughter to suffer inhuman torture at Qin Yaoguang's hands for 4 years. A hint of viciousness flashed across Lu Jin's eyes. He wouldn't let any of those people off. Gu Nianji's eyes were really red, and her voice was almost choked with sobs. Dad, then you have to be well too. If something happens to you, don't hide it from me. If something happens to you, do you think I'll let those people off? Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly wiped Gu Nianji's tears. Nianji, don't cry. Dad won't. Dad hasn't seen my girl get married and have children yet. Dad still has to take care of his own little grandson. Thinking that he might not be able to see his fair and chubby little grandson, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel his heart ache and cry. Gu Nianji quickly picked up a tissue to wipe Lu Jin's tears. The father and daughter were crying together in the living room. This was what Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan saw when they came to call them for lunch. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. However, they were both very calm and introverted people, and there was no emotion on the surface. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at Gu Nianji with a dark gaze. Lu Yuan knocked on the wall of the living room and coughed. Dinner is ready. You're not crying from hunger, are you? Lu Jin took a tissue to wipe his nose and said in a muffled voice, I'm just crying from hunger. So what? Lu Yuan, Gu Nianji's eyes and nose were red. Like Lu Jin, she took a tissue to wipe her nose and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm really hungry." Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Jin held Gu Nianji's hand and looked straight ahead as they went to the dining room. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng followed them in. Dinner was already set up on the dining room table. Gu Nianji's favorite fried rice was placed in front of her as usual. There were also 10 other dishes on the table, indicating that everything would be perfect this year. Lu Yuan pointed at the dishes and said, "There's garlic vermicelli shrimp, also known as blooming wealth. There's flying together, which is actually roasted chicken wings. There's also bliss for 100 years, which is celery and cashews fried with lily." He added, "Peter made all of them." Gu Nianji, Lu Jin snorted heavily. "Alright, it's the new year. Don't talk about these unhappy things." Lu Yuan laughed and winked at Gu Nianji. "Of course it's unhappy for major shareholder Lu, but for Nianji, it's all happy things." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yuan should know that she had seen through Peter's true identity. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1716, Going South and North, 3. Today was the third update, and we'll continue to add more updates for April's monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes the second update at 1 p.m., the third update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1728. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was still smiling warmly, looking approachable. Gu Nianji didn't say anything when she saw this. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. "There are so many dishes. They look so good. I taught him to make them." Lu Yuan raised his glass. "Come, it's the first day of the new year. I wish us a smooth new year. We can get everything we want, and throw away everything we don't want." "Ah, I like that." Gu Nianji raised her glass of kiwi juice. "President Lu, I also wish you a lot of money and a second spring in the new year." Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and smiled. He also raised his glass and said to the unhappy Lu Jin, "Uncle Lu, I wish you a major breakthrough in the experiment in the new year. At the same time, I wish you the opportunity to personally send Nianji to the wedding podium." Western-style weddings all had a father walking his daughter down the red carpet. They walked all the way to the end of the red carpet and handed his daughter over to his son-in-law who was waiting there. Lu Jin was even more unhappy when he thought of this. Sigh, he probably wouldn't be so lucky. This Peter was really touching a sore spot. Lu Jin glared at him, but still raised his glass. Gu Nianji said longingly, "Dad, you have to come with me when that day comes. I haven't thought about what kind of wedding dress I want to wear yet." Lu Jin took a sip of wine and smiled without saying anything. Gu Nianji tried her best to describe the Western-style wedding she had seen. There were many white seats on the grassy lawn, and there was a red carpet in the middle that stretched from the entrance to the ceremonial podium. On the ceremonial podium stood an arch decorated with lilies. The groom, wearing a tuxedo, stood under the arch. The father slowly walked down the red carpet with his daughter in a white wedding dress. He came to the groom and gave his daughter's hand to him. "Dad, I never thought that one day, I would have my own biological father to walk me down that red carpet." Gu Nianji's big eyes were filled with eagerness and anticipation. Lu Jin found that he couldn't refuse such a beautiful future. Hua Xiaoheng tightened his grip on the chopsticks before letting go. He picked up the spoon and scooped a bowl of premium black ginseng soup for Gu Nianji. Smiling, he said, "You don't even have a boyfriend and you're already thinking about getting married? Don't worry, my daughter is so beautiful, she will definitely be the most beautiful bride." Gu Nianji had her father on her left, and the man she loved on her right. She felt that life had never been so perfect. She finished her dinner in a very cheerful mood, and offered to stay and help Peter with the dishes. Gu Nianji actually hated washing dishes, but in order to stay with Hu Xiaoheng for a while longer, she actually used her most hateful habit of washing dishes as an excuse. Lu Yuan understood what she was thinking. He smiled and said for her, "Okay, the company happens to have a technical question to ask shareholder Lu. Let's go to the living room first." "Okay, Dad. You and President Lu can go to the living room first. We'll head over once we're done." Gu Nianji smiled and wanted to stay. Lu Jin didn't allow it. He frowned. "Nianji, there's a dishwasher to wash the dishes. Why are you messing around? Come, let's listen to what technical problems Boss Lu's company has. This company will be yours in the future, so it's good for you to get to know it better." Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan still didn't know that his company had almost gained a major shareholder. However, he knew that with how much Lu Jin treasured Gu Nianji, all his assets would belong to Gu Nianji sooner or later. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and stood up. "It's fine. I'll put it away in 5 minutes. Nianji, go and listen to President Lu's problem with Uncle Lu. Maybe you can come up with some ideas." Gu Nianji had no choice but to stand up with Lu Jin. She shrugged. "Okay then. I hate washing dishes anyway. But Mr. Peter is a guest. Is it wrong to let him clean up? Why not? He doesn't even treat himself as an outsider. Why do you need to worry about him?" Lu Jin said with a sullen expression. He held Gu Nianji's hand and walked out. Gu Nianji turned around and smiled apologetically at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng smiled at her and lowered his head to clean up the dishes. Lu Yuan shook his head and followed Lu Jin and Gu Nianji to the living room. When they reached the living room, Lu Yuan began to ask questions about network security. He frowned and said, "Shareholder Lu, do you know that we are the ones who maintain the network security system of the Qin Corporation's private hospital?" Lu Jin nodded. "I know. Didn't you hold a grand celebration party after you signed the contract? You even went to H City to do it. Since you know, then what do you mean by repeatedly breaching your own company's network security system?" Lu Yuan didn't care that Gu Nianji was right beside him and bluntly attacked Lu Jin. Gu Nianji knew that Lu Yuan had found out that Lu Jin had downloaded the Qin Corporation's internet information for her. Her eyes flashed and she was about to speak when she heard Lu Jin say with a straight face, "You need evidence to speak." "Boss Lu, you said that I breached the Qin Corporation's network security system. Where's the evidence? Did you find out my IP address, or did you catch me in person?" Lu Yuan sneered. "When you ask someone for evidence, it's usually when you admit that you did something." Lu Jin, Gu Nianji saw that Lu Jin was speechless by Lu Yuan's retort, so she quickly said, "President Lu, it's not that I want to help my father, but you have to have evidence for your accusation. What's wrong with that? Besides, my father is only a shareholder of the Lu Corporation, not part of the management of the Lu Corporation. He doesn't participate in the daily management of the Lu Corporation, and he doesn't know that the Lu Corporation has a security architecture for the Qin Corporation's private hospitals network system. May I ask what reason do you have to say that my father breached the Qin Corporation's network security system?" When Lu Jin heard Gu Nianji speak up for him, he quickly perked up and said proudly, "Boss Lu, my daughter is a lawyer. You'd better answer the lawyer's questions honestly." Lu Yuan was really envious of Lu Jin for having such an intelligent and outstanding daughter. However, this daughter would be a member of their family sooner or later. Lu Yuan laughed. "Of course I have my reasons. My reason is..." He pointed in the direction of Lu Jin's apartment. "Shareholder Lu must have a lot of information about the Qin Corporation's private hospital on his computer. In that case, you actually don't have any evidence." Gu Nianji patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. "Dad, don't be afraid. Don't be fooled by President Lu. He doesn't have any evidence, so he picked this place to trick you. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. My daughter is the best. She really scared me to death just now. He patted his chest and made a scared expression, which made Gu Nianji giggle. Lu Yuan could only shake his head helplessly and say, I know you're good at computers, but it's better not to do something like this. Lu Jin chuckled. I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Hua Xiaoheng walked in and asked casually. What happened to Uncle Lu? Didn't you do anything? Lu Yuan told him about the Qin Corporation's private hospital's internet being breached. Hua Xiaoheng, then how did you know? If there's no trace left behind. Gu Nianji asked curiously, suspecting that Lu Yuan had some more clever tricks up his sleeve. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Of course it was your amazing father who helped me. He designed a set of software for me that can track and maintain all our customers. As long as someone attacks the internet system, this software will give an alert. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. So it was the spear and shield again. Lu Jin slapped his head. Oh, I forgot. I want to take back my system. Goods are not refundable. Lu Yuan said with a half-smile. He leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. Hua Xiaoheng saw that they were getting off topic, so he took out his phone and sent Gu Nianji a text message. Ishihara Bai-san plagiarized the experimental design. What's wrong with it? When Gu Nianji saw this, she calmly changed the topic. She held her phone in her hand and looked at Lu Jin. Dad, before dinner, you said that the Gu and He families in this world were completely different from the other world. Is that true? Not to mention Lu Yuan's true identity, even in the past, Gu Nianji knew that Lu Yuan knew about the other world. This was because when Gu Nianji was kidnapped by He Qingjian, Lu Yuan knew about the energy battle between Lu Jin and He Qingjian's troops. He had already known that Gu Nianji was Lu Jin's daughter and had been kidnapped by He Qingjian from the other world. Therefore, he knew about the other world, and Gu Nianji had no intention of hiding it from him. This was today's second update, Chapter 1717, Going South and North, 4. Today was the third update. We will continue to add updates for April's monthly votes. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, Big Shots, Little Angels. Chapter 1729. Lu Jin nodded. It's different. I've already told you. Lu Yuan couldn't help glancing at Gu Nianji. She cared so much about the experiences of the Gu and He families. Was it the same as the experiences of the Gu and He families over there? Was there any specific meaning? Lu Yuan thought this way because he knew that the Gu Xiangwen in this world, who was Lu Jin, had a completely different experience from the Gu Xiangwen in the other world. In other words, the experiences of the Gu and He families in the two worlds were completely different. Lu Yuan was in the other world and had once had one-way contact with Gu Xiangwen. He knew better than Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng what kind of huge sacrifices the Gu and He families had made in the northeast. They had once worked together to destroy the largest research base of the Japanese digital army in the northeast. Unfortunately, the data had already been transferred by the Japanese. Otherwise, how could these Japanese researchers have the capital to make deals with the Americans after the war and escape the punishment of war criminals by the International Court of Justice? However, Gu Xiangwen and He Qingjian, their fathers, Gu Haoze and He Shouwang, had never been caught by the Japanese numerical troops. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and asked, Nianji, why do you care about this question? Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. She suddenly didn't know how to explain her feelings. She couldn't help but look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes met hers, and they quietly looked at each other. With just one glance, Hua Xiaoheng understood what she meant and nodded silently. Gu Nianji was encouraged by him. She quickly organized her thoughts and said in a low voice, "I'm thinking that the Gu Xiangwen on both sides are rare geniuses, but the Gu Xiangwen on the other side, as well as the Gu family, suffered too much. The reason for this is still because the Gu family over there was disrupted by the Japanese far-right's Operation Borrowed Seed. But the Gu Xiangwen here, my father Lu Jin, has not been affected by the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed. He is a natural-born descendant of the Huaxia Empire, but he is even more talented and capable than the Gu Xiangwen over there." What does this mean? This means that the birth of a genius in Huaxia has nothing to do with the far-right Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed. Even without the far-right Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed, Huaxia would still produce geniuses. In this sense, the Japanese extreme right-wing's anti-human Operation Borrowed Seed has actually killed who knows how many of our Huaxia's true elites. If it wasn't for their interference, Gu Xiangwen would be even more talented and the Gu family wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Unfortunately, the Gu clan in the other world was not as lucky as this one. Throughout their entire lives, they probably never managed to shake off the dangers and troubles of Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed. Lu Jin's eyes turned red. Although the He family and the Gu family were not affected by the research of the Japanese Digital Army, when he was studying biological genetic engineering in the United States, he happened to come into contact with the data that the Japanese Digital Army handed over to the Americans. He could not forget the intense shock and humiliation he felt from the bottom of his heart when he sat in the chilly room controlled by the central air conditioning system and read the data on that hot afternoon. Lu Jin got carried away and said coldly, "Nianji is right. That's why the descendants of war criminals of the Japanese Digital Army are not worthy of continuing to engage in biological genetic engineering research. That's why I specially designed that experiment for him." As soon as Lu Jin said it, he knew something was wrong and immediately shut up. However, Gu Nianji grasped this sentence, and her mind suddenly lit up. It was like a chip loaded with a large integrated circuit. Under the guidance of quantum mechanics, all kinds of effects that could not be explained by classical physics occurred. However, when these effects came together, they broke through the walls of parallel space and made Gu Nianji understand Lu Jin's true intentions. She thought of the experimental design that Hu Xiaoheng had asked his KGB colleagues to explain to him. She thought of Ishihara Baisan's insignificant research results over the years. She thought of how all of Japan's biological genetic research was limited to this framework. Her dark, jade-like eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Jin. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Gu Nianji enunciated each word clearly. "Dad, you deliberately designed this experiment for Ishihara Baisan. You designed this experiment to target Ishihara Baisan's experimental bottleneck, but in fact, you led his experimental direction astray. Many times, when you look at a problem from a different perspective, the conclusions you draw will be completely different. The wrong angle and direction will cause you to go in the opposite direction. And the faster you run, the further away you are from the right direction. Dad, you used such a completely wrong experiment to lead Ishihara Baisan, and even the entire biological genetic engineering research in Japan, to a dead end. Thus, you blocked the progress of their biological genetic engineering research. Dad, you're so amazing." Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan were both shocked. Their gazes fell on Lu Jin's unassuming face, and they couldn't help but feel respect. It was such an unreliable person, such a person with a serious interpersonal disorder, who had used a meticulously designed experiment more than 30 years ago to lock in the development of biological genetic engineering in Japan, or even the entire Japanese country. For more than 30 years, they had made no progress. Hu Xiaoheng instantly understood why Lu Jin had chosen this time to expose Ishihara Baisan's plagiarism of his experimental design. "Uncle Lu, do you know something?" As the chief scientist of the United Nations Population Fund, Ishihara Baisan suddenly came to the Huaxia Empire and wants to cooperate with the Academy of Sciences to conduct research on biological gene therapy. Is there some ulterior motive behind this? Or has he finally realized that the direction of his research for more than 30 years is wrong? Hu Xiaoheng was keenly aware that there was something fishy about this collaborative research. Lu Jin ignored Hu Xiaoheng. He looked at Gu Nianji in a daze. He hadn't expected that his daughter would discover the intentions he had hidden for more than 30 years. The joy in his heart was like a large flower garden planted with exotic flowers and herbs. At this moment, the flowers were blooming, and they were beautiful and dazzling. "Dad, did you notice something?" Gu Nianji also held Lu Jin's hand and asked carefully. Lu Jin came back to his senses and held Gu Nianji's hand. His lips trembled, and there was a fierce struggle in his mind. In the end, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, "From the moment he publicly mentioned Qin Yaoguang at the Spring Festival Gala, I knew that he must have discovered the problem with his research direction from Qin Yaoguang's research. He's a very smart person. As long as he corrects his research direction, his progress will be rapid. I can't let that happen." Lu Jin pursed his lips and said stubbornly, "His research direction is the genetic fragment system unique to the Huaxia people. I can't let the Japanese, nor can I let anyone from any other country, master the genetic fragment system unique to the Huaxia people. Letting foreigners come to the Huaxia Empire to conduct biological gene therapy research is like asking a tiger for its skin. I firmly oppose it. If this fragment of the system was discovered and confirmed, it would be a catastrophe for the entire Huaxia nation to be annihilated by the enemy without shedding a drop of blood. In this regard, they would rather lag behind than compromise." Ishihara Bai-san was the most powerful biological genetic engineering expert in Japan. If he died, Japan's biological genetic engineering would lag behind by at least 50 years. Of course, they were already 30 years behind. The gap of 80 years wasn't that easy to make up for. Gu Nianji hadn't expected her father, who seemed to only have academics and experiments in his heart, to have such a deep sense of nationalism and patriotism. She had thought he was a mad scientist, but he was also a scientist with a motherland. Lu Jin wasn't used to seeing the admiration and awe in the three people's eyes in the living room. He shrunk his neck and whispered, "Actually, most of the modern biological research still relies on human wave tactics. Only the research of biological genetic engineering, like the research of high-energy physics, relies on a small number of people to achieve breakthroughs. So with Ishihara Bai-san dead, we can at least live in peace for a few decades. Ishihara Bai-san still has accomplices and helpers." Hu Xiaoheng restrained his excitement and said calmly, "Uncle Lu, do you know who his helper is?" Lu Jin's head drooped even lower. "If I'm not wrong, it's Qin Yaoguang." From this perspective, he was actually one of her accomplices. This was because Qin Yaoguang's understanding of biological genes, especially the Huaxia Empire's genes, was all learned from him. He needed to make up for the mistakes he had made. This was a war that belonged to him alone, and he wouldn't back down. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand tightly, as if she had seen through his thoughts. She said calmly, "Dad, it's not your fault. Qin Yaoguang is the scum of the Huaxia Empire. She wants to sell herself for glory, but it depends on whether she has the life to do so. Don't worry, after the new year, Qin Yaoguang's case will be heard again. This time, I'll definitely peel off all her skin and make her deader than dead." This was today's third update, Chapter 1718, Going South and North, 5. Today was the third update, and we will continue to add updates for April's monthly votes. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1730. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji, touched. He thought to himself that his girl was so nice. She even had to diss her own mother for him. He held Gu Nianji's hand and advised her seriously, "Qin Yaoguang is your mother after all. It's better not to have a public falling out with her. Leave her to me to deal with, lest others say you're unfilial." Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan, the other three people in the room fell into a strange silence. None of them expected to hear the words filial or unfilial from Lu Jin's mouth. Because Lu Jin had gone so far on the path of science, they often felt that he had exceeded the ethical boundaries of ordinary people. How could such vulgar words as filial or unfilial come out of his mouth? It was so out of place. Lu Jin turned his head and saw that they were all staring at him. He glared back and said, "What's wrong? Am I wrong? No matter what, Nianji is Qin Yaoguang's daughter. Even if Qin Yaoguang is a heinous traitor, if Nianji personally deals with her, do you believe that there will always be someone who will come out and fight back?" In fact, he felt a little guilty and had to cover it up with a point of view that he didn't even care about. Lu Yuan rubbed his forehead, feeling really tired. In front of Gu Nianji, Lu Jin could be considered an extremely meticulous and filial father. He could even consider the smallest details. You said you're a stickler, so why bother with those people? If they want to say it, let them say it. Who cares about them? Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. That won't do. Even the contrarians can't say that about my girl. Lu Jin waved his hand without hesitation. I can't give the contrarians any opportunity. My girl is the best. Everything was fine. Anywhere is fine. No rebuttals accepted. He defended Gu Nianji righteously and would rather face all the darkness and slander himself. Gu Nianji could cry to begin with, but now she was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Lu Jin's arm and cried. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and took the tissue that Lu Jin had specially made on the coffee table and handed it over. It's the first day of the new year. Why are you crying? Aren't you Huaxia people very particular about auspiciousness and good luck? This is called crying of joy. You Soviet, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Lu Jin righteously took the tissue from Hua Xiaoheng and personally wiped Gu Nianji's tears. His movements were slow and gentle, as if he was performing the most delicate biological experiment. Gu Nianji cried and laughed at Lu Jin's words. She was so excited that she couldn't think normally. It was only when Hua Xiaoheng sat down beside her that she calmed down. Hua Xiaoheng didn't need to say or do anything. As long as he was by her side, she would have endless courage and confidence. Gu Nianji cleared her throat. She had cried so many times today that her voice was really hoarse. However, she still said very cautiously to Lu Jin in a hoarse voice, "Dad, this isn't a matter of filial piety, nor is it a matter of facing the contrarians. To me, this isn't the point. But it's the main point to me." Lu Jin muttered, but he immediately nodded at Gu Nianji. Then what do you think is the main point? My point is, we have to take care of Qin Yaoguang, but we have to use legal methods to take care of her. I don't want Dad to take the risk of breaking the law for me. Your daughter, I am a lawyer. If you break the law, how can I continue to be a lawyer? I might as well ask the Bar Association to revoke my law license. Gu Nianji used her career as a bet that Lu Jin wouldn't ignore her interests and career future. Lu Jin didn't buy it and said unhappily, "How did I break the law? What did I break the law about Ishihara Bai-san? Tell me. Did I force him to plagiarize? Or did I personally cut his stomach with a knife?" Gu Nianji patted the back of his hand and comforted him. Of course Ishihara Bai-san did a good job. But if it weren't for Mr. Peter helping you deal with the aftermath and the other party hiring a powerful lawyer, you could still have fought the lawsuit. Lu Jin glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji thought she had persuaded him, so she smiled and said, "Okay, then I won't celebrate the new year. I'll start preparing now. When the court session starts again on the 15th of January, I'll try to win it in one go." Lu Jin's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but get excited. Don't think it's so easy. Do you know how much wealth and power the Qin group has? Do you know how much prestige Qin Yaoguang has internationally? Do you know how many lives she's saved over the years? In other words, if she wanted to use legal means to deal with Qin Yaoguang, Gu Nianji would first have to face the entire Qin Corporation. Gu Nianji curled her lips and said confidently. If it wasn't for the fact that we wanted to bring down the entire Qin Corporation, would we need me, the great lawyer Gu, to step in? Her confident and narcissistic demeanor was exactly the same as Lu Jin's. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at each other and smiled. They relaxed. Lu Jin's eyes were still flickering, but he didn't continue to argue with Gu Nianji. He just nodded. Okay, I believe my girl is the best. Gu Nianji observed his expression and realized that Lu Jin still didn't completely believe her. But that wasn't important. Lu Jin would believe her when he went to court. As for whether it was unfilial for her biological daughter to bring her biological mother to justice, Gu Nianji didn't care at all. Subconsciously, she didn't treat Qin Yaoguang as her biological mother at all. It was just like how Qin Yaoguang didn't treat her as her biological daughter. As for giving birth to her, so what? During the 4 years that she had used her as a lab rat in her experiments, Gu Nianji felt that she had already repaid all of Qin Yaoguang's fertility. Just like Neze, she had already cut the flesh and returned the mother. For the next 14 days, Gu Nianji didn't go anywhere. She hid in the study alone and began to study all the information about the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. But after 14 days, she didn't have much of an effect. This was because the Qin Corporation's private hospital group was a listed company. Even if there had been anything illegal about it, it would definitely have been cleared up when it was preparing to go public. What should have been destroyed had been destroyed, and what should have been made up for had been made up for. It was indeed not easy to catch them from the company's management. But Gu Nianji was a person who would become braver the more she was defeated. If it was too easy for her to find flaws, she wouldn't even believe it herself. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Gu Nianji finally put down all the information about the Qin Corporation's private hospital group and came out to celebrate the Lantern Festival with Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't been at her house for the past 10 days. Instead, he had returned to the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City. He had only flown from Sea City to the imperial capital today. Lu Jin had also been closely watched by Lu Yuan for the past 10 days. He hadn't had any chance to go out and move around freely. He was also able to keep his cool. Besides, he wanted to see how Gu Nianji would fight the lawsuit related to Qin Yaoguang. He also wanted to take the initiative to stand up for Gu Nianji when necessary, so he put on a relaxed attitude and cherished the days he spent with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji washed up and put on the light cherry pink Chanel cashmere skirt and coat that Lu Jin had ordered for her. She put on her high boots and excitedly got into the car with Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Hua Xiaoheng. She planned to go to the most high-end and mysterious clubhouse in the imperial capital, Sangshuahai, for dinner and to enjoy the lanterns. Gu Nianji had been to this place before, and so had Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan had gone there to discuss business with someone. The only person he hadn't been to was Lu Jin. However, Lu Jin wasn't very interested. He muttered, "I might as well barbecue myself at home." As for the lanterns, Lu Jin only needed to look at it on the internet. Gu Nianji ignored him and said, "Dad, I haven't seen the Lantern Festival here yet." Lu Jin immediately changed his tune and said with a smile, "Okay then, let's go see the lanterns." Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng were already used to it. One of them was driving, and the other was sitting in the front passenger seat. They didn't speak. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were chatting in the back seat. "Dad, this invitation was sent by young Master He. It's a free VIP card. It's a waste not to go." Gu Nianji smiled and showed Lu Jin Xiang Shuhai's VIP card. He Ji Chu was quite generous. He gave her 4 VIP cards at once, one of which was a long-term VIP card. She could go in the future for free. The other 3 VIP cards were only valid once. Lu Jin glanced at them and nodded. That's more like it. He asked again, will he Ji-Chu and He Qing-Jin go today? Young master, he sent me a text message saying that general he won't go because he has to attend the army's Lantern Festival performance and won't go to Xiang Shuahai. Gu Nianji pulled out the text messages he Ji-Chu had sent her over the past few days and showed them to Lu Jin. She said, actually, young master, he won't go either. He said that he's on duty in place of his colleagues today and asked cousin Xia to help entertain us. It's the Lantern Festival today. What kind of shift is he on? Lu Jin pursed his lips disdainfully. It doesn't matter if he goes to his shift or not. He has the final say on when to work and when to take a break. Dad. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She quickly covered Lu Jin's mouth. If you don't expose it, we're still good friends. Lu Jin pulled her palm down and smiled. I'll give my girl face. My mouth is sealed today. As Lu Jin spoke, he made a zipper gesture with his other hand to show that his mouth was sealed. Gu Nianji smiled like a flower. Dad, so you're not talking to me anymore. I'm an exception with you. Lu Jin patted Gu Nianji's shoulder and gave the front seat a smug look. Lu Yuan happened to be looking at the car behind him through the rearview mirror. When he saw Lu Jin's smug and arrogant gaze, he almost vomited blood. He didn't want to say it at first, but now he couldn't help but say. There's a car following us. It's been following us since we left the apartment complex. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1719, Don't Give the Contrarians a Chance. Today was still the 3rd update, and they continued to update in order to return the monthly votes for April. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes. The 2nd update was at 1:00 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 3rd update was at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1731. Lu Jin quickly turned around and took out his homemade binoculars with a cloud search function. He carefully looked at the license plate of the car behind him. The license plate number appeared in the field of vision of the binoculars, and then it automatically connected to the internet and began to search for the owner of the license plate. Ha! It's actually Qin Haoshan. Lu Jin asked curiously and took off the binoculars. Why is he following us? When Hu Xiaoheng heard that it was Qin Haoshan, he also turned around and said casually, he should be following Nianji. It was no longer a secret that Gu Nianji lived in this neighborhood. The He family knew, and so did the Qin family. Qin Haoshan was the son of the Qin family's 2nd wife. He was ranked 4th, and he was also a famous orthopedic doctor at the Qin family's private hospital. Gu Nianji even knew that Qin Haoshan had a crush on Xie Qingying. However, ever since their last conflict at Xiangshuahai, Qin Haoshan had been too embarrassed to see Gu Nianji again. Since then, he had basically avoided seeing Gu Nianji whenever she appeared. Now that he was suddenly following Gu Nianji's car, she really didn't know what he meant. Gu Nianji also turned around and said calmly, don't worry about him. If you have the ability, follow him all the way to Xiangshuahai. Xiangshuahai was heavily guarded, and even Qin Haoshan might not be able to enter. Lu Yuan drove and saw that Gu Nianji and Lu Jin didn't take it seriously, so he ignored them. He smiled and said, fortunately, young master, he gave me 4 VIP cards. Otherwise, Peter and I would be worried. Gu Nianji smiled and said, actually, young master, he sent a total of 8 VIP cards and asked me to invite my friends to have fun. But how do I have so many friends here? In the end, I only kept 4 and returned the other 4. She understood that He Ji-Chu had good intentions. He had deliberately given her a chance to make more friends. If she took out Zhang Suihai's free VIP card to entertain her friends, most people would no longer dare to underestimate her. The few of them chatted and laughed. After driving for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the Zhang Suihai Club, which was located in the prime area of Xiangshan. Gu Nianji flashed her permanent VIP card and 3 other one-time VIP cards at the entrance. After verifying the authenticity of the VIP card, the manager at the entrance let her in with a smile. He even bowed to her and said, "Happy New Year, Miss Gu." Gu Nianji looked at the permanent free VIP card and asked curiously, "Is my name on the card?" The card didn't have her name on it, so it was different from a credit card. "Your name is in the records." The manager said to Gu Nianji with utmost respect, "This card can only be used by you. It cannot be transferred or lent." In fact, there was only one permanent free VIP card, and it was in Gu Nianji's hands. Even the club's shareholders didn't have such a card. If they wanted to spend money, they had to pay for it themselves. Gu Nianji held on to the card. All expenses were charged to He Jichu's account, so it was a free card for her. Gu Nianji didn't know about all the twists and turns. She only thanked He Jichu for his generosity and thoughtfulness. The 4 of them drove to the parking lot of Zhang Suihai Club. A handsome valet walked over and asked politely, "Would you like to park for me?" Lu Yuan got out of the car and gave him the car keys and a 100 yuan bill. "Sorry to trouble you." The $100 bill was a tip, and the car key was for him to park the car. The parking fee was actually only 10 yuan, but Lu Yuan gave him 10 times the tip. The valet was overjoyed. He quickly got into the car and carefully parked Lu Yuan's Maybach 62S in the garage. When they entered the lobby of Zhang Suihai Club, Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng walked together, while Lu Yuan and Lu Jin walked behind them. In public, Gu Nianji couldn't be as intimate with Lu Jin. However, Hu Xiaoheng was pursuing her as Peter, so the 2 of them walking together in public wouldn't arouse any suspicions. As soon as they walked in, Xie Qingying came up to them. "Nianji, you're here." Xie Qingying was wearing a rose-red suede dress with a military-style rose-red waist. Her shoulders and cuffs were decorated with leather buttons, and her chest was wearing a Victoria's corset vest. It made her breasts even bigger and her waist even thinner. She swayed as she walked, and every step she took was like a lotus. Gu Nianji smiled and hugged her. "Cousin Xie, you're so beautiful today." Xie Qingying only had light makeup on her face, but the good complexion from the bottom of her skin made her look even more graceful and elegant. "Nianji, you've become even more beautiful." Xie Qingying held her hand and looked at the person who had followed her. When she first saw Hu Xiaoheng, Xie Qingying winked at her. "Nianji, haven't you agreed to Mr. Peter yet?" "How can I agree so easily?" Gu Nianji glanced at Hu Xiaoheng with a half-smile. "I'm still under observation. A girl is only noble when she's being pursued." Xie Qingying smiled and turned to see Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. She was more familiar with Lu Yuan, so she quickly nodded at him. "President Lu is here too. What a rare guest." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Lawyer Gu invited us here to play. It's hard for me to refuse, ha 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 ha." He then pointed at Lu Jin and said, "This is the major shareholder of our company, and also my brother, Lu Jin. He's here to join in the fun." Xie Qingying saw that He Jichu had given Gu Nianji 4 VIP cards. Other than Peter, Gu Nianji had actually given the other 2 to the big boss of her company. This maneuver was commendable. Xie Qingying felt that Gu Nianji was really smart, and her EQ was quite high. She was able to win over the big boss of her company like a friend. Her methods were extraordinary. She smiled at Gu Nianji and said, "Nianji, you're really amazing. You even invited President Lu and Mr. Lu as guests." Xie Qingying wasn't familiar with Lu Jin, but she vaguely knew that the Lu Corporation was founded by the 2 brothers, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. Therefore, she warmly reached out her hand to shake his. Lu Jin's hands were in his trouser pockets, and he had no intention of shaking hands with Xie Qingying. He raised his chin and said arrogantly, shaking hands is very unhygienic. There are about 1,500 bacteria on every square centimeter of skin on your hand. Your hand is bigger, about 70 square centimeters, so there are at least 105,000 bacteria on one hand. Shaking hands with you once will increase the probability of me getting sick by a lot. The corners of Xie Qingying's eyes twitched, and she naturally retracted her hand. She said, Mr. Lu is really interesting. He even knows how many bacteria there are on his hand. This is basic physiological hygiene knowledge. You don't know it. Maybe you didn't pay attention in class. Lu Jin continued to attack Xie Qingying unceremoniously. Hu Xiaoheng didn't understand why Lu Jin was choking Xie Qingying like he had taken medicine, but Xie Qingying still smiled good-naturedly and said without retorting, yes, maybe I was indeed distracted. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Lu. I can show off in front of my friends in the future. How ignorant are you to show off such basic knowledge? Lu Jin was completely unpretentious, and the disdain on his face was even more obvious. Xie Qingying was put in a difficult position. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji, then signaled to Xie Qingying. Gu Nianji had no choice but to smooth things over. She held Xie Qingying's hand and said with a smile, Cousin Xie, we haven't had dinner yet. Is there anything delicious to recommend here today? Hearing that Gu Nianji was hungry, Lu Jin stopped attacking Xie Qingying and followed her to the dining room without a word. Hu Xiaoheng deliberately lagged behind and walked with Lu Yuan. He asked softly, What's going on? He glanced at Lu Jin's back. Lu Yuan took out his phone and sent him a text message. Lu Jin is unhappy with Xie Qingying's cold treatment of Nianji in the past. He's taking revenge on his daughter's behalf. Hu Xiaoheng, when did this happen? He replied on his phone. It's been a month or two, just before you came. So that was how it was. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and put away his phone. Xie Qingying led Gu Nianji to the dining room and personally led her to the best seat in the dining room. There were just enough seats for 4 people. They faced the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, and outside the window was the romantic scenery of Xiangshan Mountain. There was also a greenhouse garden in front of the window. There were all kinds of colorful flowers blooming in the winter. It was almost 11 o'clock. It was a little early for lunch elsewhere, but in Xiangshan Shuahai, it was just right. It took a long time to have a meal in Xiangshan Shuahai. Most people would start eating at 11 o'clock and eat until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The restaurant was almost full. Waiters in black vests, white shirts, and bow ties held menus and began to take orders from the customers. Xie Qingying received a call from the manager at the entrance. Miss Xie, Mr. Qin, who says he's your friend, wants to come in. May I ask if you'll let him in? Xie Qingying quickly said to Gu Nianji, I'll take a call. Excuse me. She took her phone and walked to a leeward spot at the door. What's his name? He said his name is Qin Haoshan. Xie Qingying frowned. She thought about how Qin Haoshan and Gu Nianji had gotten into a big fight here that day. She had also said that she wouldn't appear anywhere Qin Haoshan appeared. She hadn't expected Qin Haoshan to take the initiative to look for Xiangshan Shuahai. If there's nothing else, you can come back later, Xie Qingying said tactfully. It's already full today. Qin Haoshan heard Xie Qingying's refusal at the entrance at the foot of the mountain. He quickly took the guard's landline and said, Miss Xie, I know it was my fault last time. I'm here to apologize to you. No need. You didn't defend me. Xie Qingying didn't think much of it. I'm still very busy. I'll hang up now. Qin Haoshan gritted his teeth and quickly said, Miss Xie, don't go overboard. I have a photo here. I wonder if you want to take a look. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1720, Don't Go Overboard. It was still the third update of the day. I'll continue to add more updates for April's monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes at 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1732. Xie Qingying wanted to hang up, but she hesitated when Qin Haoshan said, "Photos." "What photos?" Xie Qingying asked suspiciously. "You'll know when you see them." Qin Haoshan's voice trembled slightly. "I know that Miss Xie is actively planning to marry into the He family, so you should see these photos." Xie Qingying's voice also turned cold. "Qin Haoshan, don't be so strange. Just say what you have to say. What kind of man are you to hesitate?" "Really?" Qin Haoshan took out a cigarette and lit it in his mouth. He said vaguely, "You'll know if I'm hesitating or not when you see the photos." "Miss Xie, have you forgotten your former boyfriend?" Xie Qingying had had a boyfriend when she was studying abroad. She was almost 30, so it was impossible for her to still be pure. Besides, what era was it now? There was nothing to be proud of being an old virgin. And He Zhichu should know that she had a boyfriend before. She hadn't hidden it from him, and all her friends knew about it. But knowing is one thing, seeing a picture and being visually shocked is another. Although Xie Qingying didn't think that her ex-boyfriend would be so immoral, what if it was? She had been secretly in love with He Zhichu for so many years, and she didn't want to fail when she was finally about to get married. Xie Qingying's eyes dimmed. "Then come up. I'll wait for you at the door. Tell me what you want to say, and the photos. Of course I'll show them to you." Qin Haoshan threw the cigarette on the ground. He transferred the call to the manager. The man received Xie Qingying's instructions and let Qin Haoshan in. Qin Haoshan quickly drove to the parking lot of Xiangshuahai Clubhouse. After parking the car, he slowly walked to the entrance of the Xiangshuahai Clubhouse. Xie Qingying held her phone and stood there waiting for him with a cold expression. "Qin Haoshan, what photos are you talking about?" she asked anxiously. Qin Haoshan looked at her and smiled. "Miss Xie, let me see Gunyanji, and I'll show you the photos." Xie Qingying was furious. "That's not what you said just now. You're threatening me." "Whatever you think." Qin Haoshan was anxious. He pushed Xie Qingying away and quickly rushed into the lobby of Xiangshuahai Club. He used to be a regular customer of this clubhouse, so he knew it was time for lunch. Gu Nianji and the three men had most likely come here to eat at the restaurant. Xie Qingying was suspicious about the photos, so she sent the two guards away. At this time, when Qin Haoshan used his strength, she didn't even have the strength to resist. She could only watch as he ran in. Xie Qingying hurriedly turned on the walkie-talkie to call someone over as she ran in. Qin Haoshan went straight to the restaurant of Xiangshuahai Clubhouse and saw Gu Nianji at a glance. She sat in the best seat in the dining room. Beside her was a crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the scenery of Fragrant Mountain, as well as a variety of beautiful flowers in the greenhouse garden. However, she was even more beautiful than the scenery around her. Qin Haoshan clenched his fists and walked quickly to the protruding stage in the middle of the restaurant. Usually, there would be well-known singers singing here. Today was the Lantern Festival. Everyone wanted to have a happy reunion with their family and friends, so there were no singers arranged here. However, the microphone and instruments on the stage were already made. As soon as Qin Haoshan got on the stage, he took off the microphone and checked it. It was powered and could be used. Qin Haoshan coughed into the microphone. The cough was immediately amplified and spread throughout the entire dining room. Many people couldn't help looking up in the direction of the stage. The entire dining room was designed to ensure that every guest at the table could see the performance stage, so Qin Haoshan suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. After he attracted everyone's attention, he held the microphone and said loudly in Gu Nianji's direction, "Miss Gu, please be merciful and let my grandfather, Mr. Qin, go. He's already in his 70s and just had surgery, but he's been detained for more than 2 weeks for no reason." Gu Nianji looked up in shock and saw Qin Haoshan holding the microphone on the protruding stage in the middle of the dining room. He knelt down straight in her direction. There was an uproar in the dining room. Those who knew Qin Haoshan exchanged glances. "What's wrong with Haoshan? Who is that Miss Gu? I know her. She's young master he's ex-fiancé, Gu Nianji. I heard she's a lawyer." "Ha! It's her. But isn't her mother Dean Qin? So old Master Qin was her maternal grandfather? TSK, she detained her own grandfather? That's quite a lot of power. It's not just her own grandfather." Someone who knew some inside information scoffed. As expected, Qin Haoshan continued on the stage, "Miss Gu, it's one thing for you to sue your own mother, but don't tell me you're also going to sue your grandfather, who you have nothing to do with at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xie Qingying's face turn ashen. She rushed in with 2 tall and muscular men in security uniforms. Qin Haoshan immediately kowtowed to Gu Nianji on the stage. Xie Qingying had been instructing the 2 security guards to pull Qin Haoshan down, but she hadn't expected him to kowtow to Gu Nianji in front of so many people. The people in the dining room had been whispering to each other just a moment ago, but now they were completely silent. They were all watching the show with great interest. The 2 security guards rushed to the stage and saw that Qin Haoshan was still holding the microphone. The 2 of them didn't say anything. They looked at each other and flanked him from the front and back. Qin Haoshan knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat the 2 security guards by himself, so he seized the opportunity to kowtow to Gu Nianji and beg for mercy. This new year, without old Master Qin, the Qin family didn't feel at ease. Qin Haoshan was even more filial, so he had been planning to ask Gu Nianji to let Qin Bei go. "Miss Gu, I beg you. Grandfather is so old, and his health isn't good. He hasn't taken his usual medicine for the past few days. I wonder how he's doing. Our family misses him very much. Miss Gu, please let him go home on account of my aunt, Qin Yaowang. Miss Gu, don't go too far. If you want to sue my grandfather, please show us the evidence and let the prosecutor's office file a case. There are no charges against him now, but you're restricting his personal freedom. Our Qin family won't accept it." Gu Nianji didn't get angry at all when she heard his bloody accusations. Instead, she laughed. He Qingjian was the one who ordered the arrest of old Master Qin. What did it have to do with her? If he had the ability, he should go confront He Qingjian head-on. Why did he come here to stop her and embarrass her? Gu Nianji put down the chopsticks in her hand and took a sip of coconut juice. She ignored Qin Haoshan. Xie Qingying came back to her senses and knew that she had fallen for Qin Haoshan's evil trick. Where were the photos? He was just using this as an excuse to get her to let him go up the mountain. This was the 3rd update of the day, Chapter 1721, Pressure of Public Opinion. Today was still the 3rd update. We will continue to add updates for April's monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1733. Seeing Qin Haoshan kowtow to Gu Nianji on the stage in the middle of the restaurant, Xie Qingying couldn't believe that this person was Qin Haoshan, whom she had known for more than 10 years. Among this group of people, although Qin Haoshan was from the Qin clan and had his own abilities, he was very modest and polite. Moreover, he also had the habit of being bookish. His personality was very upright, to the point that sometimes he didn't know how to be flexible. Moreover, he was also famous for being an honest person. It was said that he had never lied to anyone. That was to say, this kind of person who had never lied to anyone, once he started to lie, he could really cheat people to death. Xie Qingying's face was already extremely dark. She stood below the stage and said coldly to the security personnel she had brought, "This person is picking a fight. Take him away and send him directly to the police station. Our club is private property. If you don't follow the rules, let the police teach you the rules." Qin Haoshan turned his head and saw two burly men rushing up, and his sweetheart for many years standing under the stairs looking at him angrily. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he chose to listen to that person's advice and do this, he gave up the possibility of being with Xie Qingying in this life. But how could the happiness of his family be more important than the safety of the old man? Qin Haoshan was burning with anxiety. When he was pulled off the stage by the two burly men, he was still shouting, "Miss Gu! Lawyer Gu! Please be merciful. My grandfather is old and sick, and he just had an operation. He can't stand the torture of prison." People who could eat at Zhangsuahai Club were basically rich and powerful in society. When they heard that the chairman of such a large group as the Qin group had been detained in prison without a trial, these people suddenly felt sad. Someone had already shouted with dissatisfaction, "Let him go. Let him speak. Old Mr. Qin has done so much for the country. How can he be taken away and locked up so casually? Is there any law?" Xie Qingying raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "I don't know what's going on with old Mr. Qin, but he made a noise here for no reason and affected our club's business. He violated our club's management regulations, so I asked him to leave according to the law." The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up when she saw the indignant looks on their faces. Did these people know that she had been living a boring life for the past 10 days, so they came here to entertain her? Gu Nianji leisurely stood up from her seat and said dryly, "Our country has a constitution, criminal law, civil law, and military law, but no laws of the land. Mr. Who keeps talking about the law, please go back 300 years to the past. There are plenty of laws waiting for you." The person who had just spoken was also an executive of a listed company, so he could empathize with Qin Bei's plight. Originally, he wanted to fight for justice, but he was humiliated like this. He rolled his eyes and said sternly, "You're Lawyer Gu, aren't you? You think you're amazing. Does your family own the police station? You can catch whoever you want." Gu Nianji stood there in the military-style dress that Lu Jin had custom-made for her. She had a valiant and heroic air about her. It was the unique charm of a military uniform. Her clear eyes were like clear crystals as she glanced at the restaurant. The crowd that had been whispering earlier instantly quieted down. Gu Nianji knew that at this point, she couldn't forcibly take Qin Haoshan away. She had to slap the face wherever she started the rumor. It couldn't be earlier or later. Otherwise, even a media person like Xie Qingying wouldn't be able to predict or control the consequences of the rumor spreading. Gu Nianji gave Xie Qingying a look, signaling her to let go of Qin Haoshan. Although Xie Qingying was furious, she didn't let her anger get to her head. She narrowed her eyes and asked the two security guards to let go of Qin Haoshan's arm. Qin Haoshan immediately rushed in Gu Nianji's direction. Gu Nianji was about to reach out to stop him, but Hu Xiaoheng had already left his seat. His figure was as fast as lightning. He grabbed Qin Haoshan's arm with one hand and pressed down on his shoulder with the other, firmly fixing him a meter away from where Gu Nianji and the others were sitting. Gu Nianji's outstretched hand paused in mid-air, then she nodded at Qin Haoshan. "Wait a minute. I'll finish talking to the gentleman who wants the law." Lu Jin had already activated the cloud system on his flat glasses to search for the identity of the person who had just spoken. He then sent the information to Gu Nianji's phone. Gu Nianji lowered her head and quickly glanced at the phone that had just vibrated. She finished reading the person's information at a glance. She raised her head, her eyes cold. Her usually soft voice was tough, and she said in a clear and forceful voice, "First of all, I'm that lawyer Gu. I'm amazing at being reasonable. Second of all, my family doesn't own the police station. Your words are suspected of slandering my personal reputation and professional integrity, as well as slandering the reputation of a public institution. As long as I want to sue, I can join forces with the public institution that you just slandered with your mouth and sue the listed company you work for until it goes bankrupt and delists." Third, old Mr. Qin was invited to assist in the investigation and treatment because he was suspected of murdering a major general in the army. If I could really arrest whoever I wanted, you wouldn't have the chance to sit here and listen to me lay out the facts and reason with you. The matter of Old Master Qin and Qin Yaoguang's alleged use of infrasonic weapons to murder He Zhichu was still under investigation. Because there was a year in between, the preliminary results of the investigation would probably not be released until tomorrow, which was the 16th of the first month. Qin Haoshan had chosen a particularly good time to shout out at this moment. The executive of his superior's company, who had just been arrogantly defending Old Master Qin, immediately shivered when he heard that this matter had something to do with the military. He forced a smile on his face and said respectfully to Gu Nianji, "Huh. So that's how it is. Thank you, Lawyer Gu, for answering my questions. Those who don't know are not guilty. I'll drink 3 glasses as a punishment." 3 glasses as a punishment. He poured himself 3 glasses of brandy and hurriedly downed them in one gulp. He then showed the bottom of the glass, as if he was really drinking with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji snorted and said aloofly, "It's too late. Everyone here heard what you said just now. 3 glasses as a punishment isn't enough. Wait for my lawyer's letter." Gu Nianji didn't need a lawyer's letter to subdue those people who wanted the world to be in chaos. It would definitely be difficult to let today's matter go. The man's flushed face suddenly turned pale. His lips trembled as he wanted to plead with Gu Nianji. However, in front of so many people, it was impossible to plead publicly for mercy. It was impossible in this lifetime. He sat down uneasily and hated Qin Haoshan, who had just shouted loudly, "To death." Gu Nianji settled the guests and then looked at Qin Haoshan. She looked him up and down with a cold and emotionless gaze. It was as if she was sizing up a piece of merchandise and estimating his value, which made Qin Haoshan very uncomfortable. And Gu Nianji's goal was to make him uncomfortable. Xie Qingyin glared at Qin Haoshan and gritted her teeth. "Qin Haoshan, we've known each other for so many years. I didn't expect you to use such a despicable method to trick me." Qin Haoshan smiled bitterly and turned his head away, not daring to look at Xie Qingying's face. Gu Nianji blinked and suddenly understood. She said, "Qin Haoshan, so you lied to cousin Xie to get in? I was wondering how the security here was so tight. How could they let you in again?" Xie Qingying's face turned red. They had caused a ruckus here before the new year. At that time, Xie Qingying had already fallen out with Qin Haoshan. She hadn't expected Qin Haoshan to lie to her with a photo today. "Nianji, it was my fault today. I also didn't expect Qin Haoshan to lie to others. He wasn't like this before. He was a rare gentleman. He never lied to others, but he was more impulsive." Xie Qingying shook her head. "Qin Haoshan, how did you become like this?" Gu Nianji understood that Qin Haoshan had done something he wouldn't have done in the past to mislead Xie Qingying. That was interesting. "Cousin Xie, what did Qin Haoshan lie to you about?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. Xie Qingying's face turned from red to white. She suddenly realized that Qin Haoshan's move was really vicious. He wanted her to suffer without being able to say anything. She had indeed had a crush on He Jichu in the past, but she had never hoped that she would be with him one day. Therefore, she had buried that deep love in her heart and continued to live her own life. She had dated boyfriends and behaved intimately, but that was a normal reaction between lovers. She didn't have any special hobbies, and she hadn't taken any inappropriate photos, but what if her ex-boyfriend had secretly taken photos? That was also one of the reasons why Qin Haoshan could lie to her. Because the word photos magnified the dark side of human nature. Xie Qingying had already decided that she would confess her past love history to He Jichu, but that didn't mean she was willing to show He Jichu the photos that she had secretly taken. The person who came up with this idea really understood Xie Qingying's mentality as a woman in love too well. They knew that she didn't want to show He Jichu the photos that she had secretly taken. They knew that she wanted to maintain a beautiful image in front of the person she loved deeply. They knew that she valued her new relationship with He Jichu, but now that she thought about it, there were no photos taken secretly at all. It was purely Qin Haoshan using this despicable method to trick her. Xie Qingying gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Haoshan, you really disappoint me. How could you use such a despicable method to lie to me?" Gu Nianji saw that Xie Qingying wasn't willing to say anything, and she vaguely understood something. What else could it be to make a woman say that she had been lied to, but it was hard for her to say it. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She hated men who used such despicable methods to threaten women the most. "Cousin Xie, you can't know a man's heart from his face. Qin Haoshan might have hidden it too well in front of you in the past. Today is his true face." Gu Nianji crossed her arms and snorted. "Qin Haoshan, you lied to me first and have already violated the rules of this club. You also slandered my reputation in public. I want to ask you, what kind of hatred do you have for me that you keep making things difficult for me?" Qin Haoshan glared at Gu Nianji and said hatefully, "Didn't you personally send my aunt, your mother, to prison? Didn't you instigate General He to lock my grandfather, your maternal grandfather, up?" Gu Nianji almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard this completely ignorant remark. "Who did you hear this nonsense from?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "If I were you, I wouldn't have come here to embarrass myself. I would have gone back and beaten up the person who misled you." Qin Haoshan was so agitated by Gu Nianji that he blurted out the person who had given him the idea. "She wouldn't mislead me. She worked hard for the Qin family. She didn't even have a good New Year. She was in meetings all the time, thinking of ways to save grandfather and aunt. On the contrary, you, the granddaughter of the Qin family, went crazy and sent your own family to prison." Gu Nianji immediately understood, and her voice became even colder. "When Shi told you to do this?" This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1722, Is There Law Still Left? Today is the last day of May. Dear friends, you have already voted for your monthly tickets. Expired tickets will be invalid. We will continue with the third update today, and we will also add more monthly tickets for April. Please vote all the recommendation tickets. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1734. Qin Haoshan hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be so smart and immediately guess who he was talking about. His mouth froze, and his eyes bulged as he stared at Gu Nianji, unable to say a word. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, everyone knew that Gu Nianji had guessed correctly. Xie Qingying was so angry that the veins on her forehead popped. She took a step forward and whispered, "Did Wen Shi teach you to lie to me just now?" Qin Haoshan pursed his lips and refused to speak again. Gu Nianji nodded with a sneer. "Okay, looks like she can't wait any longer. I told everyone to have a good New Year, but she's been pestering me all day and sizing me up. I really can't deal with her, can I? As a lawyer, Wen Shuyi was very good at playing on the edge of the law. She kept making moves and making mistakes, but she was always walking in the gray area on the edge of the law. It was too difficult to catch her off guard. Gu Nianji sometimes wanted to set her up, but she quickly suppressed that thought. As a legal practitioner, if she gave up self-discipline, the consequences would be more serious than ordinary people who didn't know the law. Xie Qingying wasn't as calm as Gu Nianji. Because this matter had crossed her bottom line. She walked to the door without saying a word, took out her phone, and dialed Wen Shuyi's number. Wen Shuyi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of her luxurious penthouse with a glass of wine in her hand, waiting for Qin Haoshan's news. When she heard her phone ring, she quickly took it out and saw that it was Xie Qingying's number. Wen Shuyi narrowed her eyes. She didn't like Xie Qingying now, very much. However, she was very surprised that Xie Qingying would call her on the 15th of the first lunar month. Wen Shuyi slowly unlocked her phone and answered the call. Before she could say hello, Xie Qingying's furious voice came from the other end of the line. Wen Shuyi, aren't you afraid of retribution for coming up with such a vicious idea? Wen Shuyi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Did that idiot Qin Haoshan betray her? How was that possible? Wen Shuyi's mind raced, and she immediately said, "Is it Miss Xie? Did you call the wrong number? I had an all-nighter meeting yesterday and just woke up today. I don't understand what you're talking about." You don't understand. Xie Qingying sneered and mimicked Qin Haoshan's tone. She won't mislead me. She worked hard for the Qin family. She didn't even have a good New Year. She had meetings all the time, thinking of ways to save grandfather and aunt. On the other hand, you, the granddaughter of the Qin family, went crazy and sent your own family to prison. Wen Shuyi, do you know who said this? You're the one Qin Haoshan mentioned, the one who hasn't had a good New Year and has been in meetings all the time. Wen Shuyi gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Sure enough, it was Qin Haoshan, that incompetent fellow who only knew how to spoil things. She suppressed her anger and said gently, "Miss Xie, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Why don't you let Qin Haoshan talk to me? I'll ask him what happened." Xie Qingying saw that Wen Shuyi still refused to admit it, so she didn't want to continue arguing with her. Holding the phone, she said word by word, "Wen Shuyi, I have no grudge against you, but you used such a vicious method to humiliate me. I'm not going to let you off. Listen, Xie Qingying, I'm not a good person. Don't expect me to swallow my pride just because I suffered a loss." Xie Qingying then hung up the phone. She didn't want to go back to the restaurant and face Qin Haoshan's hateful face. Holding the phone, Xie Qingying walked a few steps to the entrance of Xiangshuahai clubhouse and called He Zhichu again. He Zhichu was on duty at a garrison under the fragrant hills in the imperial capital. He wouldn't go home until after today. This place was quite close to Xiangshuahai clubhouse. When he looked up, he could see the direction of Xiangshuahai clubhouse. He could also imagine who was eating there today and what they ordered. He had specifically instructed the kitchen not to add onions to all the dishes today. So when he heard his phone ring and saw that it was Xie Qingying, he didn't hesitate to answer it. "Is this Qingying? What is it? Did Nianji and the others come to Xiangshuahai?" He Zhichu held a cigarette in his hand as he stood in the open space in front of the barracks. When Xie Qingying heard He Zhichu's cold voice, her restless heart gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I miss you. I want to see you." He Zhichu flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked at the withered grass on the ground. He said dryly, "I get off work in an hour. I'll pick you up then." "But I want to see you now," Xie Qingying said stubbornly. "I have something else to tell you." He Ji-chu was a bit curious when he heard how serious she was, as if she couldn't wait even a minute. He looked at his watch. There was still an hour before his shift. He couldn't leave the base, but Xie Qingying could come to the reception room for a while. He Ji-chu said, then come down. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Okay. Xie Qingying's heart warmed, but she was also uneasy. She wanted this moment to last longer. If He Ji-chu couldn't accept her past, then she wouldn't have such a good time in the future. Xie Qingying went in to get her bag and called other managers to deal with Qin Haoshan's matter. She hurried out of Zhangsuohai clubhouse and went to the base at the foot of the mountain to see He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu was wearing a well-ironed winter military coat. He leaned against the wall of the barracks and smoked. The sky above Xiangshan was very blue, without a trace of impurity. The winter sun was bright, and the tree in front of the barracks was only left with the trunk. The leaves had all fallen. He Ji-chu stood under the withered tree. His slender figure was like the tree, with the word lonely written on it. Xie Qingying's heart softened when she saw He Ji-chu like this. She really loved him, but she used to love him so much that she idolized him. She loved him so much that she never thought she would be with him. She still lived like a normal person and looked at him from afar, hoping that he could live a happy life with the person he loved. She had envied Gu Nianji, but she had never been jealous. But now, she actually had the chance to grow old with the person she loved deeply. This change in identity and mentality made her realize that her secret love had become real. She no longer loved him like a fan worshipped her idol. Instead, she loved him like he was her own man. She didn't want to lose him, but the first prerequisite for them to love each other was to be honest with each other. Hiding anything in their relationship would be a ticking time bomb in the future. Xie Qingying wanted to be with He Ji-chu forever, so there couldn't be any trauma between them. He Ji-chu looked up and saw a tall, voluptuous woman standing opposite the entrance of the base. It was Xie Qingying, who looked nervous. He Ji-chu calmly waved his hand. Qingying, come here. Xie Qingying seemed to be summoned and walked over like she was possessed. He Ji-chu took her hand and led her to the small reception room of the base. This reception room was specially used by relatives and friends who came to visit. It was right at the entrance of the barracks. Xie Qingying sat on the sofa in the small reception room. He Ji-chu placed a bottle of juice in front of her and asked with a smile, "How's the clubhouse? Is it lively today? Are you ready for the lantern show tonight?" "It's all ready. There are a lot of people today, and it's very lively." Xie Qingying was extremely nervous. She answered He Ji-chu's questions mechanically. She didn't dare to look at his sparkling almond-shaped eyes anymore. "What's wrong, Qingying?" He Ji-chu leaned forward. "You're a little absent-minded. Is there trouble at the clubhouse?" After a pause, He Ji-chu asked. "Who did Nianji come with? Is it because they're in trouble?" Xie Qingying looked up at He Ji-chu and said slowly, "They're fine. It's not a big problem. It's already been resolved. I came to confess something to you." Xie Qingying's fingers unconsciously dug into the corner of the conference table. She lowered her head and mustered up her courage to say, "Young master I used to have a boyfriend, but we broke up a long time ago." She didn't dare look He Ji-chu in the eyes. She was afraid to see disappointment, anger, and pain in his eyes. She couldn't bear any of them. If she had known that she would still have a chance to be with him, she would have kept her chastity until she was 30, but there were no ifs in life. Xie Qingying didn't hear He Ji-chu's words, so she could only bite the bullet and continue, "I've always had a crush on you, but I couldn't see hope. In order to get out of this hopeless crush, I dated a man who pursued me for a year when I was studying abroad." He Ji-chu chuckled and took a tissue from the conference table to wipe the sweat off her forehead. He said aloofly, "That's it. I thought it was something big." Don't you care? Xie Qingying raised her head abruptly and stammered, I used to be a couple with him, there's no need to say anymore. He Jichu gently covered her mouth. His palm was dry and warm, which was a huge contrast to his cold voice. He said, I also used to have a fiancé. You have an ex-boyfriend. We're all adults. What does it matter? He Jichu was already 30 years old, and Xie Qingying was also 27 or 28 years old. Really? You really don't care? Xie Qingying asked in surprise. He Jichu stroked her hair and asked softly, do you still love him now? No, I don't love him at all. Xie Qingying shook her head like a rattle. In fact, he was the one who broke up with me because he felt that I didn't love him that much. This was today's second update, Chapter 1723, the first prerequisite for mutual love. Today was the last day of May. Dear friends, you've all voted for your monthly votes. It's invalid after it expires. We'll continue with the third update today, and we'll also add more monthly votes for April. Please vote for all the recommendation votes at 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1735. Okay, then that's fine. He Jichu smiled casually, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling like a breeze brushing the surface of the water, causing a few ripples before quickly returning to normal. Xie Qingying breathed a sigh of relief, her racing heart finally calming down. She looked up at He Jichu with a slightly infatuated expression and mustered up her courage to continue. I didn't take any indecent photos with anyone else. If I did, it was taken secretly. He Jichu was stunned. Why do you say that? Why did she suddenly mention photos? Xie Qingying's eyes reddened. Thinking about the fear of Qin Haoshan's threat and the warmth of He Jichu's gentle care, Xie Qingying couldn't help feeling even more wronged. Someone threatened me with photos, but I didn't take any. I really didn't take any photos. Xie Qingying said agitatedly. He actually used such a thing to trick me. Him? Who? Your ex-boyfriend. He Jichu narrowed his eyes unkindly. Everyone knew about Xie Qingying's relationship with him. How could anyone dare to threaten her? Was he threatening the He family and him? After all, if Xie Qingying was shameless, He Jichu would be shameless too. Besides, it was too despicable for a man to use this to threaten a woman. Xie Qingying quickly shook her head. It wasn't him. He shouldn't be so despicable. Qin Haoshan deliberately tricked me. Qin Haoshan. He dared to threaten you. Does he want to die? He Jichu said calmly. Where is he? I'll go meet him after my shift changes and see what he's up to. Xie Qingying's heart was soothed, and the grievance in her heart instantly disappeared. He Jichu was 100 times better than when she had a crush on him. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said with a smile, actually, you can't blame him. He's a well-known honest man. He couldn't stand someone fanning the flames from the side, so he was foolishly used. There was someone fanning the flames. Yes, this evil idea was given to him by someone else. Xie Qingying now hated Wen Shuyi to the core. She knew that Wen Shuyi used to be close to the He family and had even become He Jichu's personal secretary. However, she still said it out loud, it's Wen Shuyi, your former personal secretary. Wen Shuyi gave Qin Haoshan an idea. What's going on? He Jichu frowned. I don't understand. It's like this. Xie Qingying lowered her head in embarrassment. Qin Haoshan called me at the Fragrant Shuahai Club just now. He threatened me with the photos and said that he would come up the mountain to see me. I was too worried about being secretly photographed, so I let him go up. He Jichu's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly stood up and said, "Didn't I say that Xiang Shuahai will not receive Qin Haoshan in the future? Why did you let him go up again? Nianji is eating at Xiangshuahai, so I'm afraid he's going after Nianji." He Jichu stood up with a domineering aura. Xie Qingying looked up at him and was so overwhelmed by his aura that she almost couldn't speak. She felt her mouth go dry and quickly said, "I didn't let him in. I just wanted to meet him at the door, but he pushed me away and ran in himself. He even yelled at Nianji and said a lot of nasty things." A storm was brewing in He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes. He clenched his hands so tightly that his knuckles almost cracked. Xie Qingying quietly held his hand and said softly, "But Nianji is really powerful." Moreover, Nianji didn't take Qin Haoshan's rumors to heart at all. He Jichu's reaction was too strong. She had a subtle feeling that he was a little unhappy. "What did he say?" He Jichu looked down at Xie Qingying. "He's still in Xiangshuahai." Xie Qingying paused and thought for a moment. He was just pleading for his grandfather. He thought that old Master Qin was arrested because of Nianji. He didn't know the real reason at all. The person who gave him the idea was Wen Shuyi. She used him. He Jichu said coldly, "So Qin Haoshan is still in Xiangshuahai. That deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, has Qin Haoshan under control," Xie Qingying quickly said. "Nianji is fine." He Jichu's heart sank when he heard that Peter was also here. He pushed open the meeting room door and strode out. "Young Master He, where are you going?" Xie Qingying ran out. "You're not off work yet. I'm going to Xiangshuahai to meet Qin Haoshan, the person who sold himself to bury his grandfather." He Jichu's cold voice drifted with the cold winter wind in front of the empty barracks, making it seem even colder. He Jichu walked very quickly, and the small meeting room was at the entrance of the encampment, so he quickly left the encampment and disappeared on the mountain road up the mountain. Xie Qingying bit her lip and chased after He Jichu's back up the mountain. In Xiangshuahai's dining room, Gu Nianji no longer had an appetite. A good lantern festival dinner was ruined just like that. She looked at Qin Haoshan, who was under Hu Xiaoheng's control, and frowned slightly. Is Wen Shi crazy? Why didn't she do these things herself? Why did she send a brainless person like you to disgust me? Do you really think that by doing this, you can bring your good grandfather home? Are you brainless, or do you have no common sense? Qin Haoshan had accidentally said Wen Shi out, and he regretted it so much that his intestines were clear. He stubbornly argued with Gu Nianji. What's so important about who said it? As long as it's the truth. The problem is that she lied to you on purpose, and she still has the face to tell you the truth. Gu Nianji picked up the napkin on the table and wiped her hands. She said slowly, "Do you think that just because you know the truth, you can save your dignity for your stupid actions? If you don't have a brain, then use your cerebellum to think about it. What right do I have to arrest the chairman of such a big company like the Qin Corporation? Why don't you think about what he did?" Gu Nianji threw the napkin on the table and said to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, who were sitting on either side of her with a straight face, "Gentlemen, I've lost my appetite. Can I take my leave first?" "I don't have an appetite either." Lu Jin quickly stood up. "I'll go with you." Lu Yuan had no choice but to stand up and say calmly, "I really don't have an appetite anymore." Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who had Qin Haoshan under control, and said, "Where's Mr. Peter?" Hu Xiaoheng patted Qin Haoshan on the shoulder. "Where's this person? Are you going to let him go just like that? What's the use of arguing with a pawn used by someone else to scout out the way? Being retarded is usually a disease, but being retarded to such a serious extent is a crime. Just wait for the law to punish him." Gu Nianji scoffed, picked up her bag, and walked towards the dining room. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin quickly followed. Hua Xiaoheng waited for them to leave before pushing Qin Haoshan away. He said calmly, "Don't provoke me. I'll let you off today for Miss Gu's sake. If you dare spout nonsense again, I can teach you a lesson. I'm a diplomat, so I have diplomatic immunity." What he meant was that it would be a waste of time to hit him. He then walked out of Xiang Shuahai's restaurant and saw He Zhichu, who was wearing a winter woolen military uniform coat, standing in the open space in front of Xiang Shuahai's lobby. He stood not far away from Gu Nianji and looked at her. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1724, Subtle Intuition. Today was the last day of May. Dear friends, you have all voted for your monthly tickets. They are invalid after expiration. We will continue with the third update today, and we will also add to the monthly tickets for April. Please vote for all the recommendation votes moi, all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1736. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin stood diagonally behind Gu Nianji, one on the left and one on the right. It was as if they were waiting for her, or as if they were two bodyguards. He Zhichu looked at Gu Nianji deeply. From the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but see Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Hua Xiaoheng, who had just walked out of the lobby of Xiangsuohai Club. "Nianji, so you invited President Lu and Mr. Peter." He Zhichu's expression didn't change. He was still cold and aloof, but his almond-shaped eyes were as black as ink. "Are you done with lunch? There's still a lantern festival tonight. Are you leaving now?" Gu Nianji said unhappily, "I'm already full of anger. Who can still eat?" As she spoke, she took out the permanent VIP black card He Zhichu had given her. She took a few steps forward and stuffed it into He Zhichu's hand. She said angrily, "This gift is too expensive. I can't afford it. Happy Lantern Festival, young Master He. I'm leaving." She walked around He Zhichu and walked briskly towards the parking lot. When they brushed past, He Zhichu suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm. "Let go of her. Let go of her." Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng shouted at the same time. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, and he also said, "Is there anything else, young Master He?" Gu Nianji slowly raised her head. Her gaze moved from He Zhichu's hand that was grabbing her arm to his side profile. "Young Master He, what's the matter?" Gu Nianji asked lightly. Xie Qingying had already caught up. Standing at the entrance of the Xiangsuohai Club's wall, she looked at the situation in front of her in bewilderment. He Zhichu's back was facing her. She couldn't see his expression, but she could see his movements. Gu Nianji was facing the mountain road. When Xie Qingying walked over, she saw her at a glance. Gu Nianji smiled at Xie Qingying, who was standing behind He Zhichu, and said, "Cousin Xie, did you find young Master He?" "Thank you." He Zhichu suddenly let go, but he still didn't turn around. Xie Qingying breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed the strange and faint uneasiness in her heart. She walked over and naturally held He Zhichu's arm. She smiled at Gu Nianji as if she was declaring sovereignty. "Young Master He was worried about you. Nianji, where is Qin Haoshan?" Gu Nianji pointed behind her and said, "He probably doesn't dare to come out." She patted Xie Qingying on the shoulder. "Thank you for today, cousin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to guess who was behind this." Xie Qingying felt ashamed and shook her head. "It's all your own ability, I didn't do anything. Cousin is too modest." Gu Nianji smiled. "Although you might not have gone to look for young Master He for me, objectively speaking, if you hadn't gone to look for young Master He wouldn't have come in such a timely manner." Xie Qingying was even more embarrassed, but she didn't say anything else. She realized that in terms of eloquence, even 10 of her wouldn't be a match for Gu Nianji. What did other people rely on to make a living? He just relied on his glib tongue. Although she also relied on her glib tongue to make a living, she was still lacking compared to a well-trained lawyer like Gu Nianji. Xie Qingying could only hide her strength. He Jichu grunted softly and finally stepped aside. He said coldly, "I will give you an explanation." Gu Nianji looked up at him and asked in confusion, "Explanation? Who?" "For Qin Haoshan." He Jichu nodded. "He shouldn't have come to this place." "Forget it." Gu Nianji waved her hand and said calmly, "He will be taught a lesson, but I have to teach him a lesson myself. Don't worry about young master He. You open your doors to do business here, and anyone can come. Don't let me affect your clubhouse." He Jichu pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "These are two different things. You can teach him a lesson, and so can I. Okay, as you wish." Gu Nianji shrugged. "I'm going back. I wanted to have a good meal today, but in the end, sigh, what a disappointment." She didn't hide her disappointment and displeasure in front of He Jichu at all. She didn't even say a polite word. She didn't treat herself as an outsider. Xie Qingying frowned and looked uneasily at He Jichu's increasingly gloomy expression. She said softly, "Nianji, young master He has done his best. Young master He will be very sad if you say that." Although she knew that Gu Nianji still occupied a very important place in He Jichu's heart, Xie Qingying still felt quite sorry for Gu Nianji when she saw her disregarding He Jichu's feelings and spouting nonsense. She could almost feel He Jichu's heartache and embarrassment. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile. "Young master He is sad. You can comfort him. All the best." Hu Shaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm. He said coldly, "They're a perfect match." "What does it have to do with you?" Gu Nianji staggered from his pole and said unhappily, "You said I'm a monster? Peter, I'm not done with you." She screamed and pounced on him, almost hanging on to Hu Shaoheng's broad back. Hu Shaoheng simply wrapped his arms around her legs and carried her on his back. He smiled and said, "You're a monster, and so am I. What kind of monster are you?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "I'm whatever monster you are." Hu Shaoheng had a hard time holding back his laughter. "You're carrying me. Could it be that you're a pig, demon?" Gu Nianji twisted his ear and whispered into his ear. Hu Shaoheng grunted. "I'm also carrying a little pig demon on my back." "You?" Gu Nianji was stunned. Was Hu Shaoheng calling her a pig? Humph. "The pink piggy will teach you how to be a human." Gu Nianji purposely whispered fiercely into his ear. Then, she blew on her hands and suddenly reached under Hu Shaoheng's armpit to tickle him. Hu Shaoheng was only wearing a thin wool suit jacket. He didn't wear a coat. Gu Nianji's hand was soft and didn't have much strength. However, when she tickled under his armpit, the trembling sensation almost made his scalp tingle. Hu Shaoheng quickly shouted, "Stop. If you scratch me again, we'll both overturn the car." "Overturn the car? Where did the car come from?" Gu Nianji raised her hand to cover her eyes and looked around. "We're not at the parking lot yet. What are you dreaming about? You got in my car, and you still want to get out." Hu Shaoheng's words had a double meaning as he hugged her on his back. Gu Nianji lay on his thick and broad back, her long legs shaking around his waist. She was so beautiful that she almost wanted to sing. Hu Shaoheng immediately stopped her. Okay. Don't sing no matter how happy you are. You're tone deaf. You're so out of tune that you're leading me astray." Pfft. "You're tone deaf." Gu Nianji simply used her hand to strangle his neck and threatened him. "Speak. Who's tone deaf?" Hu Shaoheng coughed. "I'm mighty and unyielding. I'm not swayed by poverty or wealth. I'll never change my tune." I won't change it for the rest of my life unless you kiss me. Gu Nianji snorted. In your dreams. I won't kiss you just because I said so. Am I the kind of person who has no principles just to hear nice things? Hua Xiaoheng said. Aren't you? Then I've got the wrong person. The two of them joked around as if no one else was around and walked all the way to the parking lot. He Zhichu stood in the open space in front of the lobby of the Zhangsuohai clubhouse and looked at them with a complicated expression. He didn't move until he couldn't see them anymore. The cold wind blew the branches, making a soft rustling sound. The two people in front of him were talking about something. Their laughter was blown away by the wind and scattered on the withered grass like pearls with a broken string. It was as if he could take their joy into his arms as long as he bent down to pick it up. But when he bent down to pick it up, he realized that there was actually nothing on the withered grass. Xie Qingying was in a better mood. She smiled and said, "A chaste woman is really afraid of a pestering man. Mr. Peter is probably going to see the light of day." He Zhichu closed his eyes. He wished he could force this scene out of his mind. Lu Yuan was delighted to see this. He held on to Lu Jin, who couldn't take it anymore, and didn't allow him to disturb the couple. Lu Jin's face was tense as he was pulled by Lu Yuan. It wasn't until they got into the car that he pulled Hua Xiaoheng out from the back seat. He pointed at the front passenger seat and couldn't say a word. Hua Xiaoheng was in a surprisingly good mood. He didn't argue with Lu Jin and even held the door of the back seat for him to get in. After Lu Jin got in, Hua Xiaoheng sat in the front passenger seat. After closing the door, Lu Yuan started his Maybach 62S and said with a smile, "Everyone hasn't had lunch yet. Where are we going to eat?" Gu Nianji giggled and said, "I don't think the restaurants outside are as good as President Lu and Mr. Peter. Why don't we go back and eat?" Lu Jin scoffed and said unhappily, "It's fine if it's Boss Lu, but how many days has Peter only been learning? You call that delicious?" Gu Nianji saw that Lu Jin was getting a little emotional, so she quickly changed the topic and said, "Dad, where are the hair and blood samples of Wen Shui that I brought back that day? Have you started the DNA test?" Lu Jin shook his head lazily and his temper flared. "I don't want to test it." Gu Nianji. "Why? Maybe it's useful. Can't you just dislike her DNA?" Lu Jin pursed his lips. "It's too dirty." Gu Nianji, this is the first update of the day, Chapter 1725, You're Carrying Me. It's June 1st. I wish everyone a happy June 1st. Will continue with the third update today, and we'll also add more monthly votes for May. Please vote all the recommendation votes, the second update at 1 p.m., the third update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you, Momo Moshi, for the 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. I didn't notice it yesterday, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1737. Gu Nianji smiled. "Dad, there's a difference between clean and dirty DNA. I didn't study much, so don't lie to me." Her words made Lu Jin laugh out loud. The little bit of emotion he had felt just now quickly disappeared. He then said to Gu Nianji, "The results of Luo Piapiao's full DNA sequence test are out." When Shui's full DNA sequence test is in progress, Gu Nianji grabbed Lu Jin's arm in surprise and quickly said, "Really? Really? When will the results be out?" "If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow." Lu Jin deliberately said it casually, but his gaze was provocatively directed at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Gu Nianji pretended not to see it and smiled. "That's great. Dad, you're so nice to me. If I'm not nice to you, who am I going to be nice to? You child." Lu Jin rubbed her head. "My girl is so nice. She has to find the best man. We should stay away from some men who rely on their looks to make a living." Lu Jin glared at the back of Hu Xiaoheng's head again. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. She felt funny again. If Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe heard this, they would probably laugh until they were out of breath. In Lu Jin's eyes, the famous commander of the Special Operations Forces who had made countless contributions relied on his face to make a living. Gu Nianji held back her laughter, but from the corner of her eye, she saw Lu Yuan, who was driving in front of her, trembling with laughter. She rolled her eyes, and the smile on her face faded. Her voice also deepened. "Dad, I actually have a man I like. I'm engaged to him." Hu Xiaoheng, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This girl was going to cause trouble again. Lu Yuan also quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and took a good look at his expressionless poker face. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was extremely happy. Anything that could attack Peter at this time was good news for him. "Really? Really? How's that man? Isn't he amazing?" Lu Jin deliberately said loudly. Actually, he knew that Gu Nianji's fiancé was Hu Xiaoheng, who was sitting in front of him. But he didn't like either of them. It wasn't that he didn't trust their characters, but he simply didn't like them. Only a man with a daughter would understand this feeling. Hu Xiaoheng shifted uneasily in front of her and coughed lightly to remind Gu Nianji not to overdo it. Gu Nianji acted as if she didn't hear him and said softly to Lu Jin, "He's very good, very capable, and knows everything. He's good at everything. He's a good man who's good at home. You know how to cook." Lu Jin could tell what he was most concerned about. "How's your cooking? Is he as good as Boss Lu?" "Yes, but I rarely do it." She lowered her head, and when she looked up again, the smile on her face had completely disappeared. She frowned and said, "But he's too capable. It makes me seem especially useless." "Useless? Who's so blind?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "He dares to despise you. Let's not want him anymore. It's not that he despises me, it's that I feel inferior." Gu Nianji's head drooped even lower. Her soft voice made her sound like an abandoned kitten under the eaves, waiting for someone to adopt her. Lu Jin's heart was broken. He held her hand and said repeatedly, "Why do you feel inferior? What's there to feel inferior about? We can do what he knows how to do." Gu Nianji immediately said, "I don't know how to cook. What do you think I should do? I've tried very hard to learn, but I just can't learn." "What's so difficult about cooking?" Lu Jin shook his head nonchalantly. "I've already learned it from watching. I'll teach you when we get back." Lu Yuan, he also coughed and said calmly, "Big shareholder Lu, do you know how to cook?" "I don't, but I can learn." "What misunderstanding do you have about my ability to learn?" This time, Lu Jin didn't lower his head to the evil force that knew how to cook, Boss Lu. "Nianji, we'll cook when we get back. Let me think about how to come up with a plan." "Okay, Dad, think quickly. We'll do it when we get back." Gu Nianji agreed with both hands and successfully diverted Lu Jin's attention. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan, who were sitting in front, heaved a sigh of relief. However, they had underestimated Lu Jin's ability to act. The four of them returned to the apartment. Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng went to Gu Nianji's apartment to prepare lunch. Lu Jin took Gu Nianji to his apartment to use his kitchen for experiments. Hu Xiaoheng was a little uneasy and said to Lu Yuan, "Why don't I go take a look? I'm always a little worried." "It's just cooking. What's there to worry about?" Lu Yuan didn't even raise his head. He choked the oil pan and beat the eggs into it to stir-fry. Hu Xiaoheng smiled bitterly. His uncle didn't know about Gu Nianji's destructive abilities. Gu Nianji had almost torn down his official residence when she cooked a meal in the past and attracted the special forces to clear the place. "I'd better go take a look." Hu Xiaoheng took off his gloves and came to the door of Lu Jin's apartment. He rang the doorbell, but no one opened the door after waiting for a long time. He couldn't help but push the door. The door opened. Hu Xiaoheng, how anxious were these two? They didn't even close the door and went to cook. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and walked in. The room was filled with the fragrance of scrambled eggs. It was indeed not bad. It was not burnt, nor was it burnt. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the kitchen curiously. Standing at the kitchen door, Hu Xiaoheng saw bottles of all sizes on the kitchen counter, as well as scales, measuring cups, and other utensils. Lu Jin was holding a cookbook with illustrations in his hand and was reading the words to Gunyanji. A little sugar, a little salt, a little green pepper. How much is this little? Lu Jin stared at the cookbook and said unhappily, "You call this a recipe made by a special chef? Do you dare to make the seasoning formula accurate to micrograms?" Gunyanji was wearing a mask, a small panda apron, and a pair of long yellow plastic gloves. The gloves could cover half of her arm. She held a spatula in one hand. To be precise, she was twirling a spatula with her fingertips. She stayed far away from the electromagnetic stove and used her fingers to occasionally stir-fry the eggs in the pot. "Dad, the eggs seem to be cooked. Should I serve them?" "Serve them. Do you want salt?" Lu Jin flipped through the cookbook and visually measured the weight of the ingredients. Finally, he made a decision and said, "I think 10 grams of sugar is about right." As he spoke, Lu Jin took out an exquisite small spoon with a scale. He scooped a spoonful of sugar from the glass bottle and weighed it on the scale. There were a few small weights on the other end of the scale to maintain the balance. 10 grams. Just right. Put it in. Lu Jin handed the spoonful of sugar to Gunyanji. Gunyanji took it and sprinkled it into the eggs. "Add more tomatoes." Lu Jin looked at the picture. "Cut a tomato in half, then cut 4 pieces, then 8 pieces. Then put it in the pot and stir-fry with water and eggs." Hu Xiaoheng finally understood. These two were making a big show of doing high-end experiments. So they were going to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This was really the most high-tech scrambled eggs with tomatoes in history. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. Seeing that these two had so many utensils to help them, there shouldn't be a disaster like the last time. He turned around and returned to the kitchen of Gunyanji's apartment and focused on preparing the food with Lu Yuan. When all 8 dishes were ready, Lu Jin happily came over with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Placing it in the middle of the dining table, Lu Jin said proudly, "This was made by my girl. Try it." "Boss Lu, it's no worse than yours." Lu Yuan smiled and picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes with his chopsticks. When it was placed in his mouth, it was so sweet that it was bitter. Lu Yuan, he wanted to spit it out, but when he looked up and saw that Gunyanji was also looking at him eagerly, he swallowed it and praised, "Nyanji's dishes are indeed unique." He turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Mr. Peter, try it too. You Soviets like tomatoes the most." Hu Xiaoheng looked at him and said calmly, "The Italians like tomatoes the most. We Soviets like borscht the most." The main ingredients of borscht were tomatoes and onions. It was a pity that Gunyanji didn't eat onions. Otherwise, cooking a pot of thick borscht in the winter would be a good nourishing dish. Gunyanji wrinkled her nose and said, "I don't like borscht." Lu Jin happily made a "get out" gesture at Hu Xiaoheng, indicating that Peter was out. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at him. He took the serving chopsticks and poured a bowl of fried rice for Gunyanji. Lu Jin scooped himself a big spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and put it in his mouth. Oh, it was so sweet that he was about to cry. However, it was the first time his daughter had cooked for him, so he had to eat it no matter how sweet it was. Lu Jin swallowed the big mouthful of scrambled eggs with tears in his eyes. Gu Nianji happened to see it and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Isn't it delicious?" She picked up a small piece of egg with her chopsticks and immediately blushed as soon as she put it in her mouth. "Don't eat it, don't eat it. This dish is poisonous." Gu Nianji stood up and was about to take the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes away. "How is it poisonous? It's just a little sweet." "Nianji, how do you know that Dad likes sweets?" Lu Jin said with a smile as he continued to eat the sweet scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Hua Xiaoheng also took big bites. In just a short while, the two of them finished the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes like a tornado, leaving only a little soup. Gu Nianji was very grateful to Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng for giving her face. After lunch, she volunteered to wash the dishes. Lu Jin wanted to help her, but Gu Nianji said that she wanted to see the results of Wen Shi's DNA sequence test sooner, so Lu Jin went to look at his own experiment after lunch. Lu Yuan said that he wanted to take an afternoon nap and asked Hua Xiaoheng to accompany Gu Nianji to wash the dishes. The two of them walked to the kitchen, and Hua Xiaoheng asked with a smile, "Did you put too much sugar?" She had already used a measuring cup and a balance to measure the amount of seasoning used, so how could she have put too much? Gu Nianji wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She muttered in a low voice, "I think I mistook sugar for salt. I said why it wasn't salty, so I put a little more." Hua Xiaoheng. He held Gu Nianji's shoulder and said solemnly, "Nianji, promise me that you'll never cook again. It's shameful to waste food." Gu Nianji. In Lu Jin's multifunctional laboratory, he looked at the results of Wen Shi's DNA sequence test that had just been completed and rubbed his chin with a smile. Interesting, really interesting. This was today's second update, Chapter 1726, Men Who Rely on Their Looks to Make a Living. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please cast all the recommendation votes. Will continue with the third update today, and we'll also add more monthly votes for May. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1738. In the afternoon, Lu Jin brought the full DNA sequence results of Wen Shi and Luo Piapiao to Gu Nianji's apartment. Hua Xiaoheng had wanted to take Gu Nianji to the Lantern Festival. However, when Lu Jin said, "The DNA sequencing results are out," Gu Nianji's eyes immediately lit up. She didn't want to go anywhere else. Hua Xiaoheng felt a little regretful, but he knew that business was more important. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, the court would soon be in session again. Lu Jin said rudely to Hua Xiaoheng, "Mr. Peter, is there nothing else?" Obviously, he didn't want Peter, the Soviet KGB and diplomat, to know the results of the DNA sequencing. Hua Xiaoheng had no intention of staying. He gestured for Gu Nianji to call him and smiled. "Then I'll go first. Call me if you need anything." Gu Nianji nodded and waved goodbye with a smile. She would tell him anyway. It didn't matter if he stayed or not. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng left, Gu Nianji immediately closed the door and asked Lu Jin excitedly, "Dad, did you find anything?" Lu Jin took his laptop and placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. He connected it to the big screen on the wall and said, "The results are out. It's quite interesting." As he spoke, he punched out the results of his DNA test on the television screen. Gu Nianji, _ I can't understand it at all. What should I do? Fortunately, Lu Jin's explanation was easy to understand. Look at Luo Piapiao's DNA fragment, and then look at Wen Shi's fragment. Lu Jin used a laser pointer to draw the key points on the television screen. These two unique fragments are exactly the same, and this comes from the maternal X chromosome. Gu Nianji understood and quickly said excitedly, "Does that prove that Luo Piapiao and Wen Shi are really relatives?" Furthermore, they are relatives from the mother's side. But Wen Shui is the gardener's daughter. Her mother's name is Liang Meili, not Qin. The probability is more than 90%, Lu Jin said truthfully. When it came to science, he was always as rigorous as possible. There's only a 90% probability. Gu Nianji was a little disappointed. There's still a 10% chance that the two of them aren't related. He had thought that the two of them were relatives. Lu Jin nodded and said seriously, all this time, we've only been able to use DNA to test our immediate family relationships. This area had already developed very well. For example, if Luo Piapiao and Wen Shui were indeed related, they would at most be cousins and cousins. These two types of kinship are actually very difficult to determine. I've already used my own improved experimental method to test non-immediate family relationships. Currently, the accuracy can only be said to be greater than 90%. But not to this extent. Gu Nianji clenched her fists and encouraged herself. Okay, a 90% chance is high enough. I'll assume they're relatives. Does that mean Wen Shui's mother, Liang Meili, is actually a member of the Qin family? Lu Jin thought hard. After a while, he said. Let's test Wen Shui's direct parentage. That's more accurate. Okay. Gu Nianji agreed without hesitation. Just before today, if Lu Jin had suggested this, she might have hesitated. The grudge between her and Wen Shui had little to do with Wen Shui's parents. Besides, Wen Shui's parents were already being held for trial because they were suspected of kidnapping the 12-year-old Gu Nianji. There was no need for her to step on them. However, what Wen Shui had done today was too disgusting. Moreover, she was clearly targeting Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't want to continue to tolerate it. She still had to investigate. I'll think of a way to get Wen Dao and Liang Meili's DNA samples. Today was the 15th day of the first lunar month. Relatives and friends could visit their relatives in prison. Gu Nianji immediately called the place where Wen Dao and Liang Meili were being held and asked if she could see Wen Dao and Liang Meili. In the end, the other parties said that Gu Nianji wasn't on their list of visitors and couldn't be seen today. But she could see them after the 15th day of the first lunar month. But Gu Nianji didn't want to delay any longer. She pondered in her room for a while before calling He Zhichu's number. He Zhichu had already changed shifts and wasn't on duty at the military camp. He sat in front of the bar counter in a small hall of the Xiangshuahai Club. He had a glass of red wine by his hand as he listened to Xie Qingying's words. Xie Qingying sensed that he wasn't in a good mood and advised with heartache, "Young Master He, why don't you go back and rest? You haven't had a good New Year either. You've lost weight." He Zhichu looked up at her and smiled. "You don't want me to accompany you? How could that be? I couldn't ask for more." Xie Qingying's cheeks flushed. "But your health is more important. I think you're quite tired. You'd better go back and get some sleep." He Zhichu took a sip of red wine and was about to say something when he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and glanced at it. It was actually Gu Nianji's number. He Zhichu instinctively swiped open the phone and picked up. "Nianji?" Gu Nianji asked him anxiously, "Young Master He, are you still on duty?" He Zhichu's voice softened. "No. Don't worry, take your time." "Okay." Gu Nianji composed herself. "It's like this. Can you help me think of a way to get Wen Dao and Liang Meili's hair or blood? I want to test their DNA." "Okay." He Zhichu didn't ask why and agreed immediately. "Just you wait. I'll get someone to get it right away and send it to you." "That's great. Thank you, young Master He." Gu Nianji was ecstatic. She hugged her phone and spun around. He Zhichu was in a better mood. He opened his phone address book and found one of his most trusted personal secretaries. He sent him a text message asking him to get Wendayo and Liang Mei's hair or blood immediately and send it to him immediately. He Jichu's personal secretary received the text message and quickly went to the detention center where Wendayo and Liang Mei were temporarily being held. Naturally, there were no obstacles for him to go to the detention center. Moreover, he wasn't going to see these two people. He had official business to attend to. He followed two medical staff wearing masks and white coats to Wendayo and Liang Mei's rooms. 5 minutes later, they came out. He Jichu's personal secretary put 2 small plastic bags containing hair and 2 small test tubes containing blood into his briefcase and drove away. Half an hour later, he arrived at Xiangshan Sangshuahai Club to see He Jichu. He Jichu took the sample from his personal secretary and praised him with a smile. Not bad. I'll give you a credit later. His personal secretary quickly saluted and said, "Thank you, Chief." He Jichu took the samples and personally delivered them to Gunyanji. Xie Qingying didn't follow him. She sat alone in the small living room of Xiangshuahai Club and sighed softly as she looked at He Jichu's back. Only then did her best friend dare to come over and talk to her. She was quite afraid of He Jichu, and she didn't want to be a third wheel. Therefore, as long as Xie Qingying and He Jichu were together, her best friend would consciously not disturb them. Now that she saw He Jichu leave in a hurry, her best friend asked curiously, "Qingying, what's wrong? Did you guys fight?" "No way. Nianji has something to do, so young master he went to help." Xie Qingying shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "Young master he isn't the kind of person who would argue with you. When he's unhappy, he won't say a word and leave you hanging. Actually, I hope he can argue with me. That way, she would feel closer." He Jichu's occasional absent-mindedness made her feel both sorry and sad. She also felt a little uneasy about how to get close to him. Her best friend was relieved and patted her on the shoulder with a smile. "That's what dating an idol is like. Good luck. You make it sound like you're very experienced." Xie Qingying laughed. "Tell me, which idol have you dated?" "I don't have one, but I have friends who do." Her best friend teased her with a smile. "For example, you, Miss Xie." "Go away. You're not serious." Xie Qingying pushed her and poured herself a glass of red wine. Her best friend pressed down on her glass and sighed. "You've already drunk a lot. Don't drink any more." "It's fine. Let me drink a little more." Xie Qingying pulled her best friend's hand away and downed the wine in her glass in one gulp. Her best friend looked at her worriedly and whispered, "I can finally tell that every time it has to do with Gu Nianji, something is wrong with young master he. Or is she your cousin? What is she doing? Didn't they break up? The engagement has already been annulled, yet she still doesn't treat him as an outsider. Is she deliberately keeping him hanging?" Xie Qingying glanced at her and lowered her eyes. "I don't have much of a relationship with her. I haven't seen her for so many years, and my relationship with her isn't as good as with you. She probably treats me the same." "Then you just watched as she called young master he away with one phone call?" Her best friend was indignant on her behalf. "Maybe it's business." Xie Qingying poured herself another glass of red wine. The faint disappointment in her heart gnawed at her heart, and it hurt a little. "If it's business, why didn't she bring you with her? You're so capable and have a lot of connections. Maybe you can help her." Her best friend was very confused. "It's fine. I'll keep my distance from her in the future anyway." Xie Qingying took a sip of wine. "There's nothing I can do. I'll just treat her as an ordinary friend." He Jichu drove to the entrance of Gu Nianji's apartment complex. The 1.5-hour drive only took him 45 minutes to get there. Gu Nianji's phone rang. Seeing that it was He Jichu's call, she quickly picked it up. "Young master He." I've brought the things. Are you coming out to get them, or should I send them in for you? So fast. Young master you're so nice. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. Where are you? At the entrance of the complex. I'll ask the doorman to let you in. She then changed her mind. Forget it, I'll go get them myself. He Ji-chu didn't say anything. He got out of the car and leaned against the car door to wait for her. Not long after, he saw a tall and slender girl run out of the complex like a bird. She ran in a hurry and didn't even button her coat. It fluttered in the wind and her forehead was wet with sweat, but her big, clear eyes were very bright. It was as if the winter sun was in her eyes. It was the only warmth in winter. He Ji-chu's heart softened, but he didn't do anything. He took out the 2 small plastic bags of hair and 2 tubes of blood from his pocket. These are Wendayo and Liang Meili's hair and blood. They were just taken. My personal secretary saw them take them with her own eyes. Thank you, young master Gu Nianji took the samples and was overjoyed. Today is the Lantern Festival, so I won't delay young master He's moon above the willow tree. People meet after dusk. Gu Nianji winked at He Ji-chu. Goodbye, young master He Ji-chu opened the car door with a half-smile. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Nianji, let's see if I'll help you next time. Young master please forgive me. Gu Nianji waved at him. I'll definitely visit you in 2 days to apologize. He Ji-chu could tell that she had something to do, so he didn't continue pestering her. He got into the car and waved his hand. You can go back. I'll watch you go in before I leave. Okay, young master be careful when you drive. Gu Nianji smiled at him and turned to leave. He Ji-chu sat in the car and watched Gu Nianji's back disappear at the entrance of the complex before driving away. In just a short while, someone in a tall building not far away took a telephoto lens and captured the entire scene. This is today's 3rd update, Chapter 1727, The Most Ordinary Friend. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote. All the recommendation votes will continue with the 3rd update today, and we'll add more monthly votes for May. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1739. The high-rise building was separated from the neighborhood by a wide road. In the afternoon, the sun was lazy and comfortable. The winter in the capital was still immersed in the atmosphere of the new year. Outsiders had returned to the capital one after another. The streets that were empty because of the new year had become bustling again. There were countless neat windows on the high-rise building, which looked like a pigeon cage from afar. In a pigeon cage, someone carefully removed the telephoto lens, took the camera and immediately went to the darkroom to develop the photos. In this era where digital cameras flooded the market, and any iPhone could produce a blockbuster, it was rare to find a photographer who insisted on using optical lenses and film. He stayed in the darkroom for a few hours. When he came out, he was already carrying a black backpack, which contained a roll of film that he had just taken. He didn't go downstairs. Instead, he called for a same-city express delivery, paid the express fee and the holiday accessory fee, and sent the sealed black backpack to the address of a top-floor mansion in a high-end neighborhood in the capital. The address of this top-floor mansion was Wen Shuyi's new home. She just got out of the double jacuzzi bathtub, wearing a thick white bathrobe and a big white towel wrapped around her head. Miss Wen, someone sent you a package. Her live-in maid walked to the bathroom with a black backpack and knocked on the door. Wen Shuyi's heart skipped a beat. She reached out her hand from behind the door. Let me see. The live-in maid put the sealed black backpack in her hand. Wen Shuyi took the black backpack and closed the bathroom door. She sat down in front of the dressing table outside the bathroom. Wen Shuyi first put on a facial mask, then took the black backpack and looked at it. She found the secret code that she had agreed with the person, and then breathed a sigh of relief. She used a small pair of scissors to cut open the sealed package, opened the backpack, and took out a stack of photos. The person's photography skills were very good, completely at the master level. The composition and color of the photos showed a texture that only optical photos could have. Outside the high-class residential area with a very design sense, a clean road surrounded the entire residential area like a jade belt. And at the entrance of the neighborhood, a low-key Mercedes-Benz AMG was parked. S65. The streamlined lines blended in with the background of the entire neighborhood, very harmonious. What was more amazing was that the photographer not only had an excellent sense of lens, but also used a particularly good telephoto lens to take close-up shots of people. The first picture is a panoramic view. In the slightly blurred background, only a man and a woman stood facing each other. The second photo was a close-up of the girl's profile. It was Gunyenji. Her face was sparkling and translucent, bright and beautiful. Even the beads of sweat on his forehead and the tip of his nose seemed to have been slapped off, and the expression in his eyes was even more radiant. The third photo was the side profile of the man opposite her, Hijichu. Hijichu stared at her intently. One hand hung by his side, but he clenched his fist tightly as if he was using all his strength to restrain himself. Even a meticulous person could see that there was an indescribable tension between the two of them. It could also be said that it was attraction. There were dozens of photos at the back, all of which were of the two people's behavior. Hijichu took a step forward, and so did Gunyenji. He reached out and passed something to Gunyenji. His hand was very big, so the thing should be very small. Because from the side, she could only see the back of Hijichu's hand, but not the thing in his hand. However, when Gunyenji took the thing, she also held it with one hand and didn't reveal a single inch. Then, she threw her head back and laughed. She laughed very happily, as if she had received her most beloved present, when she looked at it and suddenly felt a little annoyed. Why were there so many photos of Gunyenji? She threw Gunyenji's photo to the side and carefully flipped through Hijichu's photo. Although because of the angle, both of their faces were taken from a high vantage point, truly good-looking people always had 360-degree blind spots. Every one of these photos was very beautiful, especially when Gunyenji wasn't in the frame. Hijichu's appearance was already engraved in her heart, and her feelings for him were even deeper. However, she didn't dare say a word to him. She didn't dare to be like Gunyenji and laugh and scold Hijichu without restraint. She also didn't dare be like Xie Qingying and boldly confess her love and capture his heart in a surprising way. She could only hide in a dark corner and quietly watch him. When Shi closed her eyes and picked out the best photo of Hijichu, she carefully placed it behind the mirror on her dressing table. As for the rest of the photos, she picked out a few of the two of them in the same frame and placed them in a big red envelope. After coming out of the bathroom, when Shi changed her clothes, looked at her watch, and called Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying had just come out of Xiangsuihai Club. She had been drinking and didn't drive. Her best friend was driving. When she heard her phone ring, she picked it up and looked at it. It was actually Wen Shi. She still had the face to call her. Xie Qingying immediately sobered up from the alcohol. She sat up straight and answered the call. She said coldly, "Wen Shi, are you done? You should be happy that I didn't cause trouble for you. How dare you continue to harass me?" Wen Shi wasn't surprised by Xie Qingying's attitude at all. The angrier she was, the happier she was. "Miss Xie, I told you that it was a misunderstanding last time. It had nothing to do with me. Qin Haoshan was the one who spouted nonsense." Wen Shi didn't hesitate to put the blame on Qin Haoshan. He wanted to save his grandfather, so I reminded him that he could ask Gunyenji for help. I didn't say a word about Miss Xia. She knew that people like Qin Haoshan were the most prideful. He would never admit that she had taught him to do that with the photos. Even if he had let it slip, he would still insist on it to the end. Therefore, Wen Shi wasn't worried at all that Qin Haoshan would testify against her. However, Xie Qingying wasn't so easy to fool. She sneered and said mockingly, "You're both 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you acting? Miss Wen, I'm in the media. I don't need you to show me how to set the pace." The corners of Wen Shi's mouth twitched and she said impatiently, "Fine, since you're a smart person, I won't beat around the bush. Where's young Master He? It's the Lantern Festival today. How does young Master He plan to celebrate with you? What does it have to do with you how I celebrate with him?" Xie Qingying frowned. She felt that Wen Shi was stretching her hand too far. Does young Master He have plans to celebrate with you? Wen Shi scoffed. "I happen to have a few photos here. Do you want to take a look?" "What photos?" "Another photo." Xie Qingying said angrily, "You're still saying that you didn't order Qin Haoshan to spout nonsense." Wen Shi, she didn't say anything else and sent a photo to Xie Qingying. It was the panoramic photo of He Zhichu and Gu Nianji looking at each other. This photo was so beautiful that it could be pasted up and hung on the wall as a creative wedding photo. Xie Qingying's breathing stopped for a moment when she saw the photo. The photo was so beautiful. The two of them in the photo were like a beautiful man and a beautiful woman in an oil painting. They were full of tension. Xie Qingying took a deep breath and tried to suppress her emotions. She picked up her phone and said to Wen Shi, "You secretly took pictures of them." Wen Shi was stunned for a moment. She thought to herself that Xie Qingying looked magnanimous and kind, but she wasn't easy to deal with. She avoided answering Xie Qingying's question and said with a smile, "This was taken just now. Today is the Lantern Festival, right? Young Master He isn't with you, is he? He left you and went to see Gu Nianji. Don't you want to know what he's doing? What did he give Gu Nianji?" As Wen Shi spoke, she sent Xie Qingying another photo. It was the photo of He Zhichu giving Gu Nianji something. "Look, that thing definitely isn't big. When Gu Nianji took it, it was covered up tightly. What do you think it could be?" Wen Shi used her imagination to the fullest. "This size, don't you think it looks like a ring?" "Shut up." Xie Qingying's face was livid. "Wen Shi, if you want to fan the flames, you have to find something logical. They just broke off the engagement. Why did they have to give him a ring? What's going on in your head all day?" At this point, Xie Qingying suddenly had an idea and subconsciously said, "You like him. Wen Shi, you like young Master He." Even like her, she had a deep crush on him. Wen Shi was caught off guard and was attacked by Xie Qingying. She hadn't expected that Xie Qingying would be able to see through her after only a few interactions with her. Actually, Xie Qingying loved He Zhichu deeply, so she was especially sensitive to these things. And a woman in love also had a natural radar system for her love rivals. In a moment of desperation, Wen Shi immediately withdrew the photo she had sent to Xie Qingying. Fortunately, it was still within the time to withdraw it. She only hoped that Xie Qingying didn't have the habit of saving photos at all times. After Xie Qingying finished speaking, she realized that Wen Shi had fallen into a strange silence on the other side of the phone. She knew that she had guessed correctly. Therefore, all of Wen Shi's little tricks had a reasonable explanation, especially her various actions against Gu Nianji. Xie Qingying sneered, "Wen Shi, don't even think about using me as a weapon. What are you going to do? Don't drag me down with you. I'm pursuing young Master He openly. I won't be like you, hiding in the dark like a rat in the gutter and doing some shameful things." After Xie Qingying finished speaking, she blacklisted Wen Shi. Unfortunately, after blacklisting her, she realized that the 2 photos Wen Shui had sent her had already been withdrawn. She no longer had any evidence. Xie Qingying held her phone and sat in the car silently thinking for a while. Then, she dialed He Zhichu's number. He Zhichu had already returned to the He residence and was sitting alone in the study, working. When he heard his phone ring, he looked at it. It was Xie Qingying, so he didn't pick up. Xie Qingying called him a few times, but it went to voicemail. She didn't know why. Ever since they started their relationship, He Zhichu had never not picked up her call. Xie Qingying was anxious and immediately called Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji was waiting in the laboratory in Lu Jin's apartment, watching him sequence Wen Dao and Liang Meili's DNA with her own eyes. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1728, You Like Him. We'll continue with the third update today, and we'll also add the monthly tickets for May. Please vote for all the recommendation votes. The second update at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1740. This kind of experiment was very tedious and boring to do. Most of it was done by instruments, but Lu Jin deliberately wanted to show Gu Nianji his abilities. He did it himself and did it with relish. Gu Nianji also watched with relish. When she heard her phone ring and saw that it was Xie Qingying, she almost had the urge to hang up. However, for He Zhichu's sake, she thought about it and answered the call. Gu Nianji, did I interrupt your lantern festival with Mr. Peter? Xie Qingying asked first, her voice a little stiff. Gu Nianji frowned. There's nothing going on between me and Mr. Peter. We're just friends. Why would we celebrate the Lantern Festival together? She really hadn't spent the Lantern Festival with Peter. Xie Qingying felt very uncomfortable. Countless speculations rolled through her mind, but in the end, she suppressed her emotions and said in a low voice, Young master, he went to deliver something to you today. Someone secretly took photos of you. Gu Nianji, secretly taking pictures? Who's so free? Gu Nianji was speechless. Today is the 15th of the first lunar month. Instead of celebrating the festival at home, he's secretly taking photos outside. Are you kidding me? Xie Qingying nodded lightly. Who else? Wen Shui. She sent me a photo, I was angry, blocked her, forgot to save the photo, and then she took it back. I have no proof. Whether you believe it or not, I'm informing you anyway. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Wen Shui was quite a character. She was watching her so closely. Did she know that she was testing her and her parents' DNA? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and asked, Is it convenient for you to talk? I'm in the car. Xie Qingying looked out of the car. It was getting late, and she was almost home. Oh, then let's text. Gu Nianji smiled. You can give me more details. Is it inconvenient for you to talk? Xie Qingying couldn't help but ask, Am I disturbing you? No, I'm watching someone else do an experiment. It's very interesting, Gu Nianji said with a smile. She hung up and sent Xie Qingying a text message. When did Wen Shui send you the photo? What does it look like? Can you describe it? Xie Qingying didn't believe it at all when she heard that Gu Nianji was watching other people do experiments. Where should I watch the experiment on the 15th day of the first lunar month? However, she didn't say much and only sent a screenshot of Wen Shui's retracted photo to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at the time that Wen Shui had deleted the photos and quickly replied, There's still time. I'll teach you a way to display photos that have already been deleted. This was because deleting the photo didn't mean that the other party had deleted the photo from your phone at the right time. Instead, it replaced the previous photo message with a fixed message. The photos sent by the other party were actually still in your phone's cache. Most people wouldn't know how to retrieve the photos from the cache. The photos would only disappear after the phone's cache was cleared. Gu Nianji saw that Wen Shuyi had only deleted the photos a few minutes ago. Xie Qingying's phone must still have Wen Shuyi's deleted photos. Xie Qingying was especially surprised. You can recover a deleted message. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. Sure. Then, he gave Xie Qingying a series of instructions for her to follow. Xie Qingying was using an iPhone, so it was more difficult to retrieve photos from the cache than it was for Android. Usually, only a jailbroken version could do it. But with Gu Nianji around, none of this was a problem. When she was over there, she had learned a lot of practical hacking knowledge from Zhao Liangze. Jailbreaking an iPhone was just a routine procedure for hackers. Xie Qingying followed Gu Nianji's instructions and operated the phone step by step. It was as if she had opened the door to a new world. When she retrieved the 2 photos that Wen Shuyi had deleted from the cache, she was already full of admiration for Gu Nianji. This young girl was truly amazing. Beauty and brains coexisted, and her figure and charm were both amazing. No wonder He Zhichu still had feelings for her. Xie Qingying was determined to keep her distance from Gu Nianji. With mixed feelings, she saved the 2 photos on her phone and forwarded them to Gu Nianji. Then she replied, I still have something to do. I just wanted to remind you. Happy Lantern Festival. Gu Nianji also replied, Happy Lantern Festival. Xie Qingying closed the chat and looked up to see that the car had already stopped in front of her house. Qingying, are you okay? Xie Qingying's best friend got out of the driver's seat, opened the door for her, and helped her out of the car. Xie Qingying's drunkenness was almost gone. She smiled and nodded at her best friend. Thank you. Go and accompany your boyfriend. I'll go back and get some sleep. Her best friend sighed. I'll help you in before you leave. Xie Qingying was helped into the house by her best friend. She washed up and went to bed. But she couldn't sleep. She was in a state of excitement. After her best friend left, Xie Qingying took out her phone and started to call He Zhichu. However, He Zhichu had been working and didn't pick up her call. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand and stared at the photos on her phone in a daze. Lu Jin set up the equipment and asked them to start the full DNA sequence test for Wen Dao and Liang Meili. He turned around and saw Gu Nianji holding her phone in a daze. What's wrong? Who called just now? When Lu Jin was working, he was very focused and paid little attention to what was happening around him. Gu Nianji frowned and looked up. She showed the photo on her phone to Lu Jin and said in confusion, Look, how did they take this secretly? I think the quality of the photo is pretty good, but I can't tell where the person who took the photo was at all. If she could find the location where this person took the photo and check the nearby surveillance cameras, she should be able to find evidence of Wen Shuyi's crime. However, she looked left and right, but she couldn't determine the location of the person who took the photo. Lu Jin glanced at it and said, From the angle of the photo, it was taken from the side. This angle is a little strange. It doesn't look like a normal digital camera. He pointed at his computer and said to Gu Nianji, Send me the photo and I'll analyze it for you. Okay. Gu Nianji perked up and quickly sent the 2 photos to Lu Jin. Lu Jin turned on his desktop, which was comparable to the central server, and opened the photo with mathematical analysis software. Soon, the flat photo became 3-dimensional on Lu Jin's computer screen. The people and things, as well as the surrounding buildings, were all clearly visible on the screen. Lu Jin pointed at the picture on the computer and said, With this model, you can deduce the exact location of the shot from the angle of the person's display. You can deduce that too. Gu Nianji was extremely surprised. Her dark eyes looked at Lu Jin as if they could speak. Lu Jin smiled proudly and clicked the mouse twice on the computer screen. Of course I can deduce it. Do you know any gun ballistics experts? They can tell what type of bullet was fired from what type of gun just by looking at a bullet hole. An even more impressive ballistics expert can even determine which gun the bullet came from. We use this principle to deduce the location of the person who took the photo. This person used an optical lens to take the photo, and the photo was also developed on film, which makes it more difficult to trace. If he used a digital camera and this photo was a digital picture, I would have been able to lock onto his location in less than a second. Lu Jin shook his head regretfully. But now, I have to model his photo and then calculate from the angle of the light to find the end of the light, which is where the person took the photo. Don't you have surveillance cameras in the neighborhood? Can you check them out? Gu Nianji quickly said, maybe he's in the surveillance cameras. Lu Jin shook his head. You can look at the surveillance cameras, but don't get your hopes up. From this angle and the texture of the photo, I feel like he used a telephoto lens to take the photo from a tall building in the distance. Therefore, it was impossible for the surveillance cameras around the walls of the neighborhood to see this person. The optical lens also avoided being scanned by electromagnetic waves, so it was impossible to find this person using conventional methods. Only someone like Lu Jin, who used complex three-dimensional analytic geometry and linear algebra to model and calculate, could accurately find his location. Gu Nianji watched Lu Jin program on the computer in admiration. Half an hour later, Lu Jin finally finished his program. He used the mouse to point at the window of a tall building on the three-dimensional modeling. It's here. That person used a telephoto lens to secretly take pictures of you. As he spoke, Lu Jin wrote down the person's floor and house number. Find He Jichu and ask him to arrest him. Gu Nianji nodded happily and immediately called He Jichu. He Jichu's work had just come to an end. In order not to be disturbed, he had turned his phone to silent. Now that he picked it up, he realized that there were many missed calls. The most recent missed call was from Gu Nianji. He Jichu was slightly stunned and immediately called Gu Nianji back. Gu Nianji was about to call again when she realized that He Jichu had already called. She quickly said, "Young Master He, are you still working? Did I disturb you?" He Jichu smiled. "I just finished work." "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "Yes, I'm busy." As Gu Nianji spoke, she sent He Jichu an address, a coordinate, and 2 photos from Xie Qingying. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1729, Believe It or Not. Today, we will continue with the third update, and we will also add more monthly votes for May. Please vote all the recommendation votes 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1741. He Jichu frowned, and his voice was cold. What's with this photo? It was secretly taken by someone. That's the address of the person who took the photos. Gu Nianji hesitated. She didn't know if she should tell them about Wen Shui. However, if he mentioned Wen Shui, it would implicate Xie Qingying. It was better not to alert the enemy. As long as they caught the person who took the photos, Wen Shui would not be able to escape. However, He Jichu still asked suspiciously. How did you get a photo? Someone sent it to me. Gu Nianji sighed. It's a long story. Young Master He, let's capture him first. He Jichu immediately said, I'll get the police to arrest them. Gu Nianji advised again, we don't need to call the police for this, right? You're a major general. Being secretly photographed may involve national security issues. Can't you handle it yourself? With just one sentence, Gu Nianji had turned this incident from an ordinary case of a jealous man and woman secretly filming a romantic scene into a political incident. It was only when it became a political matter related to national security that He Jichu could properly intervene. That was because his current position was similar to Hua Xiaoheng's position over there. However, he did not have a special operations forces like the one over there. Instead, he had a special force under the command of the Supreme Staff Officer Department. Hijichu understood and said with a smile, "Nianji, you're so smart. Alright, I'll take some people and go catch them myself." He got up and changed into his military uniform. He called for his most capable team and took a special car to the apartment complex across from Gunyanji's. In order to prevent the other party from noticing, they entered the district through the back door and guarded all the exits. When they arrived at the lobby of the building, Hijichu sent a few people to guard the elevator entrance on the first floor while he led them into the elevator. The security measures in this building weren't as strict as those in Gunyanji's apartment. She didn't need a special card to enter the elevator. Hijichu followed the address Gunyanji gave him and quickly arrived at the floor. They crept noiselessly round the room in which the man resided. When everyone was in position, Hijichu made a gesture. The youngest member of their team came and knocked on the door. The man behind the door was fiddling with his camera equipment. When he heard someone knocking on the door, he felt that something was wrong. He was a very watchful man, and had been rigorously trained. As soon as he heard the knock on the door, he immediately turned on his phone and looked at the situation at the door. He modified the peephole on the door into a surveillance device and connected it to his phone so that he could keep track of the surrounding situation at all times. As soon as he saw those people standing at the door with a murderous aura, his heart thumped. He knew that there was indeed a problem. He hurriedly stood up and rushed into his darkroom. He threw all the photos and films that had been developed or had not yet been developed into a stainless steel trash can and lit a fire. Tongues of flame sprang up, swallowing the negatives and photos in an instant. Feeling relieved, he came out of the dark room and heard a loud bang from the door. Someone had kicked the door open. Several people wearing bulletproof vests and carrying rifles rushed in. The man reflexively raised his hands and retreated step by step. He walked backward across the length of the living room and out onto the terrace through the open glass door. The balconies here were all enclosed, but they were protected by pieces of glass windows. He stood in front of the glass window and looked at them nervously with his hands raised. Hijichu walked up from behind the soldiers with guns and looked at him coldly. He raised his hand and waved. "This man is suspected of secretly photographing a major general in the army and endangering national security. Take him away." The man's heart sank. He didn't understand how he had been exposed so quickly. Could it be that Wen Shui had betrayed him? The man's mind raced as he thought of several ideas in an instant, but none of them worked. He gritted his teeth and suddenly lowered his raised hands. He put one hand into his trouser pocket as if he was going to take something out. The guard standing next to Hijichu in charge of his safety didn't hesitate to shoot first. This was an important part of their training. Like the American police, when faced with a criminal suspect who was likely to fight back with a gun, the first element was to strike first. They had a saying, "It's better to be accused standing than to be carried out lying down." Guns were banned in the Huaxia Empire, so the police here didn't need to be as frightened as the American police during their missions. However, the enemies Hijichu and the others faced weren't ordinary bandits, but spies or traitors with close ties to foreign countries. Most of these people had guns hidden on them. Therefore, when the man lowered his hands and took something out of his trouser pocket, the guards next to Hijichu immediately opened fire. His marksmanship was very accurate. Bang! Bang! The two shots hit the man's arms on both sides. The man's entire body shook and he almost fainted from the pain. His arms hung limply by his side, and he didn't have the strength to do anything else. He glared at Hijichu, then bit off the poison hidden in his teeth and swallowed it. "I advise you not to resist pointlessly," Hijichu said coldly as he ordered his soldiers, "Search." The guards who had followed him immediately split into groups of 3 and went to the other rooms in the apartment. The man standing in front of the French windows on the balcony in the living room didn't even wait for He Jichu's subordinates to walk over before a stream of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He revealed a pitiful and strange smile. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. He actually committed suicide by poison. As expected, he wasn't an ordinary photographer. He Jichu sneered and raised his hand. Call the police, then search his body. Also, take a sample of the poison in his mouth and bring it back for analysis. He Jichu walked around the man's apartment. His subordinates found the dark room, but there was nothing else except for the washing equipment and medicine. There were still ashes in the stainless steel trash can, showing that the man had destroyed all the evidence. Not long after, the police and the police car arrived. They arrived at the man's apartment and were shocked to see the scene. However, after examining the man, they found that although he had been shot in the arm, it wasn't a fatal wound. The real fatal factor was the poison in his mouth. He Jichu tilted his head, and his guards threw a recorder to the police. This is everything that happened after we came in. He committed suicide to escape punishment. As for the specific reason, the police will have to investigate. The police officer who led the team recognized He Jichu's face. He quickly took it with both hands and asked in confusion, "Young Master He, did someone report him? What did he do?" He Jichu nodded. "Someone found out that he was secretly filming my whereabouts and suspected that he might be a spy. We came to investigate, but not only did he attempt to resist, but he also committed suicide to escape punishment." The detail of having poison hidden in the teeth in his mouth was a standard for spies. Nowadays, some vicious suspects also did the same because they didn't want to be arrested. The police officer immediately saluted and said, "Don't worry, Chief. We'll investigate immediately." The apartment had already been searched by He Jichu's men, but they found nothing. He Jichu didn't stay any longer. He left the place to the police and left with his men. He came out of the building and saw the apartment complex where Gu Nianji lived not far away. He felt that something was wrong. Who was the one who sent those photos to her? Why had it been sent to her? Why hadn't it been sent to him? He Jichu waved his hand and asked his personal secretary to bring the soldiers back to the base. However, he called Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly picked up. "Young Master He. How is it?" The street lights in the neighborhood were very bright, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. On the night of the 15th, the moon was as round as a piece of fine white jade. It emitted a soft light and illuminated the entire night sky. He Jichu wore a Bluetooth headset and spoke to Gu Nianji as he walked towards her apartment complex. He said aloofly, "Who sent you the photo?" "The person who took the photo is not ordinary." "Ha! I knew it." Gu Nianji was surprised and delighted. "Did you catch him?" "No, he committed suicide by taking poison." Gu Nianji's heart sank. The crime of taking a photo secretly wasn't punishable by death. Why did this person commit suicide? She knew that the importance of this matter had increased, so she didn't hide it anymore. She said, "When Shi sent these two photos to Cousin Xia, and Cousin Xia forwarded them to me." This is today's third update, Chapter 1730, Standard. Today's third update will continue, and there will be additional updates for May's monthly votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1742. When Shi sent it to Qingying. He Jichu's frown deepened. Where did Wen Shi get the photo? Or was she stalking me? Did she know that I gave you her parents' hair and blood samples? The time and place shown in the photo was this afternoon when He Jichu had delivered the things to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji shrugged. I'm not sure about that. I originally thought that once I caught the person who took the photo, I would be able to trace it back to Wen Shui. He Ji-chu paused in his steps. Although the person who took the photo committed suicide, Wen Shui has the photo and forwarded it to Qingying. That's enough evidence to investigate her. He Ji-chu was also a lawyer. Although he later joined the army, he had studied law for so many years and later went to the other world to practice law. Just like Gu Nianji, he liked to think and act within the framework of the law. Gu Nianji nodded. That's true. There's a screenshot on Cousin Xie's phone. Although she deleted the screenshot, there's evidence in the phone's cache that can prove that she sent the photo. He Ji-chu quickly switched his phone to his personal secretary's number and coldly ordered, "Tell the police that Wen Shui is a suspect. The evidence is with Xie Qingying. Go to Miss Xie's place to get the evidence so the police can file a case and request an arrest warrant from the judge. Immediately search Wen Shui's residence." He Ji-chu's personal secretary immediately agreed and began to act according to his orders. He Ji-chu had already walked to the entrance of Gu Nianji's apartment. He looked up at the apartment complex where Gu Nianji lived, then back at the high-rise apartment where the person who had taken the photo was. The faint suspicion he had earlier deepened, and his brows furrowed even more. How did Gu Nianji find the location of the person who had taken the photo based on a single photo? He Ji-chu was certain that he couldn't see any connection between the person's location and the photo alone. Unless he could mathematically model the location based on the photo and the direction of the light. However, Gu Nianji wasn't particularly outstanding in this area. She was good at law and computer programming, but excellent mathematical modeling required a very deep foundation in mathematics, especially advanced mathematics. It wasn't something that could be achieved by someone who only knew how to program. He Ji-chu's heart skipped a beat as if he had thought of something. His shimmering, sultry eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He Ji-chu decided to launch a surprise attack. He didn't tell Gu Nianji that he was coming to see her, but the gatekeeper usually didn't let outsiders in without the permission of the residents. But when He Ji-chu took out his special military and police ID, the property manager immediately opened the door. There was a criminal case nearby, so I came over to take a look. I hope you can assist in the investigation, He Ji-chu said calmly. Yes, Chief. Please let me know if you need anything. The property manager respectfully saluted He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu wore his military uniform, and the tassel and star on his shoulder indicated his rank and status. The property manager happened to be a retired soldier, so he instinctively saluted He Ji-chu when he saw him. He Ji-chu glanced at him and chatted amiably with him. He asked him which unit he was in, what service he was in, and how long ago he had been discharged. The property manager was so excited that his face turned red. The highest-ranking officer he had ever dealt with before he was discharged from the army was only their company commander, who was only a lieutenant. Now he was a major general. Okay, do your best. Don't embarrass the army. He Ji-chu smiled as he walked towards the apartment where Gu Nianji lived. The property manager had given him the elevator access cards of the nearby buildings to make it easier for him to investigate the case. Although the property manager didn't understand why the officer wanted to investigate the case, he understood He Ji-chu's special military and police ID. He Ji-chu took the elevator access card and leisurely walked around the neighborhood a few times. He consciously avoided the direction of the surveillance cameras and quietly went downstairs to Gu Nianji's apartment. He used the access card to open the elevator and pressed the button to go to Gu Nianji's apartment. Soon, the elevator stopped on Gu Nianji's floor. The elevator door opened, and He Ji-chu, wearing a well-ironed winter military uniform, walked out of the elevator. He looked at the location of the floor and walked to a more secluded spot next to the elevator. He took out his phone and calmly called Gu Nianji. Nianji, there are some discoveries at the scene that I want to tell you in person. Gu Nianji was still in the laboratory in Lu Jin's apartment. He Ji-chu had just hung up the phone, so she thought he had left. When she picked up the phone, she realized that He Ji-chu hadn't left yet. Gu Nianji subconsciously thought that he was still waiting for her outside the apartment complex. She quickly said, "Then I'll be right down. Wait for me for a while." "Okay." He Ji-chu hung up the phone, but his hand was still tightly gripping his phone. He felt nervous for no reason. He didn't know if his guess was right, but Gu Nianji had shown some unusual clues that pointed his guess in the same direction. Soon, the door of an apartment opened in the corridor, and Gu Nianji hurried out. He Ji-chu's eyes flashed. That direction wasn't Gu Nianji's apartment. Gu Nianji opened the door of her apartment opposite and went in to change her clothes. Just as she opened the door of her apartment, she looked up and saw He Ji-chu standing at her door with a smile. Gu Nianji panicked for a moment, but she quickly calmed down and said in surprise, "Young Master He, how did you get up here?" "I just got here." He Ji-chu waved his special military and police ID at her. "With this, there's nowhere I can't go." "You're amazing, young Master He," Gu Nianji said with a smile, deliberately speaking loudly. Lu Jin was about to come out as well, but when he heard movement outside the door, he looked out through the peephole and saw the back of a tall man in a military uniform. Judging from his back and military uniform, it should be He Ji-chu. Lu Jin didn't open the door and go out. Instead, he sent Gu Nianji a text message and asked her what was going on. Gu Nianji heard the sound of a text message coming in on her phone, but she didn't look at her phone. She turned to the side to open the door. "Young Master He, please come in." He Ji-chu smiled and walked in. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at her phone and replied to Lu Jin, telling him not to worry. Putting away her phone, Gu Nianji returned to the living room and asked He Ji-chu, "What would you like to drink, young Master He?" He Ji-chu sat on the sofa in the living room and said casually, "Other than milk, what else do you have here?" Gu Nianji smiled and said, "I have milk, juice, and water here, as well as coffee, milk tea, and poo-er." "Then give me a cup of black coffee. No sugar or milk." "Okay, please wait a moment." Gu Nianji went to the kitchen to make coffee and warmed a glass of milk for herself. She also put on a plate of 4 blueberry muffins, which Lu Yuan had baked himself. Gu Nianji placed the coffee in front of He Ji-chu and sat cross-legged on the sofa opposite He Ji-chu with a cup of milk in her hand. She said casually, "Young Master He, what did you find at the scene?" He Ji-chu took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "I found a problem." "Nianji, how did you know that person's location and address?" Gu Nianji, she smiled awkwardly. She had been too anxious just now and hadn't been able to make up the lie. But she really hadn't expected He Ji-chu to realize this so quickly. In a panic, Gu Nianji immediately said, "I calculated it. I used computer programming to make a mathematical model." He Ji-chu looked at her with a half-smile. His long legs were crossed, and his posture was relaxed. He grunted, "You calculated it. You personally made a mathematical model." His eyes seemed to have seen through everything, but they weren't aggressive. He just looked at her with tolerance, as if to say, "Make it up, continue making it up." Gu Nianji couldn't continue making it up, but she wasn't willing to be knocked down by He Ji-chu's questions. It was impossible for her to expose Lu Jin, not in this lifetime. She could only talk nonsense and change the topic. This way, she could barely maintain her dignity. Gu Nianji avoided answering this question and said with a smile, "Young Master He, when cousin Xia called me today to tell me about these 2 photos, she was a little unhappy. Young Master He, you should also be careful. You already have a girlfriend, so how can you casually come to another woman's house? Especially since today is the 15th day of the first lunar month, you should accompany cousin Xia to watch the lights." He Ji-chu scoffed and crossed his hands in front of his chest. He said coldly, "You're also another woman. I thought everyone knew that I had already acknowledged you as my sister. As a brother, can't I come to my sister's house? That's hard to say. Gu Nianji's lacquered eyes darted around, like two balls of black mercury growing on a silver plate. Besides, we're not biological siblings, and we used to be engaged. Young Master He, you have to understand Cousin Xie's feelings. He Jichu leaned back on the sofa and smiled. I'm here to look for you for business. Qingying will understand. She's not a narrow-minded and jealous woman. Why would she be unhappy? Why are you here for business? Gu Nianji picked up a blueberry muffin and took a bite. She said happily, I really have to congratulate you, young Master He, for finding such a magnanimous woman like Cousin Xie. If it were me, I would be so angry that I would die. I'm a narrow-minded and jealous person. She didn't look ashamed, but proud. He Jichu stared at her and thought to himself, if it were you who was virtuous and magnanimous, I would have vomited blood. However, whether she was virtuous and magnanimous or narrow-minded, it was none of his business now. He Jichu put down the coffee cup in his hand and said calmly, all right, you're good at changing the topic, but it's useless against me. Tell me, who did your mathematical modeling for you? This is the first update of the day, chapter 1731. Talking about me. Today is the second update, and tomorrow will continue the third update. Please vote for all the recommendations 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1743. Gu Nianji was shocked. Her dark eyes looked at He Jichu in confusion and she continued to play dumb. Young Master He, what do you mean? You don't believe me? Yes, I don't believe you. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and stared at He Jichu with her big, lively eyes. He Jichu tilted his head and asked in amusement, are you going to remain silent? Gu Nianji blinked. All right, you have the right to remain silent. As a lawyer, I can't force you to speak. He Jichu lowered his head and thought for a moment. However, I have some questions that I haven't been able to figure out until today. Gu Nianji felt a little uneasy, but on the surface, she still looked confused. I don't know what you're talking about. He Jichu raised his head. He didn't look at Gu Nianji. Instead, he looked in the direction of the door and said slowly, do you still remember the time you were hit by a heavy sniper rifle? There was a very good doctor who performed the surgery on you in time. But that time, I sent someone to investigate, but I couldn't find any records about that doctor in that hospital. The doctor in the hospital thought he was an expert invited from the Qin Corporation's private hospital, but the doctor from the Qin Corporation's private hospital was stuck in traffic that day and didn't have time to go over. Gu Nianji expressed her confusion and spread her hands. I was seriously injured and unconscious at the time. I didn't know what was going on. Yes, that's a very strong reason. He Jichu nodded and continued, before the new year, I was ambushed and injured by an acoustic weapon. You were the chief surgeon and performed gamma knife surgery on me. Although gamma knife isn't a real scalpel, just because the computer is powerful, you can perform gamma knife surgery. Doesn't that mean that all people who study computer science can work part-time as surgeons? Gu Nianji still didn't say a word, but her eyes began to drift. Nianji, I know you're very smart and indeed a genius, but your strengths are in law and computer programming. Other than that, you haven't shown anything different in other fields. And even if you're an all-round genius, you're not born knowing. You need to learn. It's just that geniuses have a shorter learning time than others, and they learn more deeply. You haven't learned any medical knowledge at all. How did you have the guts to perform surgery on me? He Jichu looked over. Seeing Gu Nianji's eyes darting around, the smile on his face became even more obvious. Besides, my safety is not that insignificant in your heart. You can let a novice practice surgery, right? Then there's today's mathematical modeling. This requires a lot of mathematical knowledge. Even a graduate student majoring in mathematics might not be able to do it. Nianji, are you still trying to hide it? Gu Nianji looked down and shook her head. Young master I don't know why you think that. When you were injured by an infrasonic weapon, it was better for me to perform the surgery than for Qin Yaoguang. Would you rather Qin Yaoguang operate on you? As for how I found that person today, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Young master insists that there is mathematical modeling. I don't understand it either. I can only say that everything was within the scope of the law. There was no violation of the law. Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu stubbornly. She no longer avoided his gaze. And young master why do you keep staring at me? I didn't follow anyone, secretly take photos of anyone, nor did I seduce anyone. Why don't you focus your attention on tracking down the masterminds behind the scenes? He Jichu looked at her deeply for a while and looked away as if nothing had happened. He said, how do you know I'm not investigating? If I report everything to you in detail, would you be willing to listen? If you're willing, I'll ask you for instructions in the morning and report to you in the evening twice a day. Do you want it? Gu Nianji was defeated by He Jichu. She quickly put on a smile and waved her hand. No need, no need. I'm just reminding you. I'm at ease with young master work. Okay, then remember it. If you can't give a good reason for these things, don't let others notice them. He Jichu stood up from the sofa. It's fine if I know, but if others find out, I don't think you've seen what kind of storm it will cause. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. He Jichu's words seemed to have a deep meaning. Her gaze swept across He Jichu's face. She couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. Did he know, or was he trying to trick her? Gu Nianji tried her best to compose herself and said aloofly, this is the first time I've heard young master talk about these things. If young master didn't say it, I don't think anyone would notice. He Jichu smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. So you want me to keep it a secret? I don't have any secrets to keep. Gu Nianji shrugged. But young master also knows that some people will cause waves even when there's no wind. What's more, with young master endorsement, the waves will be even bigger. My small boat can't be heavy. Don't worry. He Jichu patted her head. I'm leaving. Today is the 15th of the first month. He looked at his watch. It's almost over. Didn't you go out to watch the lights? I'm not interested in lights. Gu Nianji yawned appropriately. Take care, young master I'm going to sleep. He Jichu turned to look at her, then turned around, opened the door, and left. Gu Nianji walked him to the elevator door and waved at him. Young master did you send someone to arrest Wen Shi? I can arrest her as long as I have evidence. He Jichu nodded. I'll call you tomorrow. At that moment, in Wen Shi's luxurious penthouse apartment, He Jichu's personal secretary knocked on the door and entered. Wen Shi saw that it was her former colleague and asked in surprise, Huh? Why are you here? What can I do for you? Miss Wen, this is an arrest warrant signed by the judge. Please come with us. Wen Shi smiled calmly. Then can I ask why you want to arrest me? I don't think I've done anything illegal. Whether you've done anything illegal or not is up to the court to decide. He Jichu's personal secretary said calmly, we have conclusive evidence to prove that Miss Wen is suspected of a felony for stalking and secretly filming a high-ranking military officer of our country. Me? A high-ranking military officer stalking you? Wen Shi seemed to have heard a big joke. She pointed at her nose and asked, May I ask what evidence you have? I have real evidence to prove that I've been in this apartment all day. Of course, you didn't stalk him yourself. You sent someone to stalk him and secretly take pictures. He Jichu's personal secretary shook out a printed photo. Do you understand? When Gu Nianji saw this photo, she was convinced that Xie Qingying had sold her out. She was kind enough to help her, but she didn't appreciate it. Forget it, He Zhichu and Gu Nianji would teach her how to behave in the future. When Shi said calmly, so it's this set of photos. I was just about to go look for young Master He. Can I show you something, please? He Zhichu's personal secretary ordered one of his men to follow Wen Shi into the bedroom. Wen Shi took out the express delivery package and put the 2 photos on the table back into the package. She returned to the living room and handed the package from the same city express delivery to He Zhichu's personal secretary. Look, I received this today. I don't know who sent it, and there's no address on it. When I opened it and saw the photos inside, I realized that there was a problem. So I quickly sent it to Miss Xie Qingying, hoping that she would forward it to young Master He and Miss Gu. He Zhichu's personal secretary smiled. So Miss Wen is completely innocent. Wen Shi nodded. I'm innocent. Since this photo was sent to you by someone else, why didn't you send it to young Master He or Miss Gu? Why did you send it directly to Miss Xie? Wen Shi shrugged and said, then I have to be able to send it to someone else. Young Master He and Miss Gu had already blacklisted me. I couldn't contact them in any way, so I sent it to Xie Qingying. She was young Master He's girlfriend, and she was also Gu Nianji's cousin. If I wanted to remind young Master He and Miss Gu, Miss Xie was the best candidate. He Zhichu's personal secretary was speechless by her words. His instincts told him that things were going to be bad. This person blamed the whole thing on someone else, and she didn't know anything about it. Yet, the way she got the photos was really through the same city express delivery. The package only had the recipient's address, and the sender's address was not filled in at all. This happened from time to time in the same city express delivery where the management was not so strict. When Shi raised her hand. You have to help me put in a good word. There's some misunderstanding between young Master He and Nianji. Someone is deliberately setting a trap to frame me. I can go with you, but I have to tell the judge the truth. This is the second watch of the day, chapter 1732, I'm innocent. Today is the second watch, and tomorrow will continue the third watch. Please vote for all the recommendations moi, all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1744. He Zhichu's personal secretary glanced at her and said calmly, then please explain to the judge, Miss Wen. You have to explain to the judge why this person sent these photos to Miss Wen and not to someone else. When Shi smiled gently and raised her hand to tidy up her newly styled hair. She said regretfully, yes, I want to know too. But if someone wanted to frame you, would they still tell you the reason? I think young Master He's personal secretary is lowering her intelligence by asking such a question. He Zhichu's personal secretary almost vomited blood at Wen Shi's words. He turned around angrily and ignored her. He stood at the door with his own people and glared at Wen Shi. Wen Shi turned to her maid and instructed, don't worry, I'll be fine. Call the Qin Corporation's legal team and tell them that I've been taken away. Ask them to come see me. As she spoke, Wen Shi asked the people guarding the door, don't tell me you won't allow my housekeeper to help me find a lawyer. This is my civil right. If you stop me, do you believe that I'll sue you until you're discharged from the army and stripped of all your rights as an officer? He Zhichu's personal secretary gritted his teeth. He snorted with a fierce face. Didn't you already ask your housekeeper to call? Or is Miss Wen always used to acting first and reporting later? How would I dare? I'm just worried that I'll offend someone again. Wen Shi shook her head helplessly. When you don't like someone, whatever that person does is wrong. Walking is wrong, opening my mouth is wrong, and even breathing is wrong. I'm used to being misunderstood. But no matter how big a misunderstanding is, it can't be used as evidence to frame me. Wen Shi's expression froze. I'll prove my innocence to the judge. Your young master, he is a law student, and young master, he's mother, lawyer Qin, is a pioneer in the domestic legal field. I believe the law will prove my innocence. He Jichu's personal secretary couldn't say a word. With a livid face, he escorted her out of her high-end apartment. After escorting Wen Shi to the detention center, He Jichu's personal secretary sent all the videos recorded on the recorder to He Jichu. As soon as He Jichu got into the car, he received the video and started watching it. He Jichu snorted when he saw that Wen Shi had pushed all the blame away. Even sending the photos to her had become a false accusation. He really knew how to play with the rules. He sent the videos to Gu Nianji with a message, "Nianji, are you asleep?" Gu Nianji had originally planned to sleep. He Jichu's probing tonight had made her heart skip a beat. She didn't even dare to go to the apartment across the street. Just as he got into bed and was about to fall asleep, he heard his phone ring. Another message came in. She took it and saw that He Jichu had sent her a video. She quickly accepted it and replied to He Jichu's text, "I haven't slept yet. Young master He, are you home?" He Jichu shook his head and replied, "Not yet, at the entrance of your apartment complex." Gu Nianji quickly replied, "It's too late. Go back and rest early. I'll text you after I watch the video." He Jichu thought about it and started the car. "Okay, I'm leaving. Good night." "Good night." After Gu Nianji replied, she slipped out of bed and turned on her laptop. She connected it to Lu Jin's surveillance system and adjusted it to the direction of the entrance of the apartment complex. Sure enough, she saw that He Jichu's car had already driven away. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned off the computer. She returned to bed and began to watch the video He Jichu had sent her. After watching it, Gu Nianji was silent for a while. It turned out to be a video of He Jichu's personal secretary arresting Wen Shi. This personal secretary was really cautious. The entire process of the arrest had been recorded so that she wouldn't be backstabbed. However, Wen Shi was indeed not someone to be trifled with. She had even pulled out the false accusation. However, seeing that the package was really sent to her by the same City Express delivery, Gu Nianji was speechless. Even so, he still couldn't find anything against her. He was too cautious. Gu Nianji couldn't help sending He Jichu a text, "Young master He, are you home yet?" He Jichu was driving when he heard the text on his phone. He glanced at his phone and saw that it was Gu Nianji. He quickly put on his Bluetooth headset so that he could talk while driving. "Not yet. I'll be there soon." "What's wrong? Have you finished watching the video?" He Jichu's cold voice came from the phone. Gu Nianji also put on her Bluetooth headset. As she looked at her phone, she said, "Then young master He, I'll talk about it when you get there. Don't call when you're driving. It's not safe." "Okay." He Jichu smiled and looked up to see that the He residence was already in front of him. He quickly drove the car in and parked it in the garage before calling Gu Nianji again. "I'm here." Gu Nianji smiled and quickly said, "So fast. I don't believe it." He Jichu turned on the video and showed her the He family's mansion in front of him. Gu Nianji nodded softly and got back to business. "Young master He, what should we do? Wen Shi is too cautious, isn't she?" He Jichu walked to his suite on the second floor and said, "If she wasn't so cautious, she would have gone to prison a long time ago. How could she be so arrogant in front of us now?" "That's true." Gu Nianji sighed. "Didn't you realize that she was such a person back then?" He Jichu thought about it and said, "If I don't have evidence, I won't spout nonsense. But she used to be a very serious and hard-working person, but now her serious and hard work has been used in crooked ways." Really? Gu Nianji thought of the first time she met Wen Shui and pursed her lips. Her attitude towards me has never changed. From the first time she met me, she didn't like me and tried all sorts of tricks to trip me up. Gu Nianji really didn't have any concrete evidence. If she did, she would have dealt with her a long time ago. This was an intuition, especially a woman's intuition. He Jichu sighed. Nianji, I'm sorry. If you had told me that you didn't like her earlier, I would have kicked her out a long time ago. She's your right-hand woman. How would I dare? Gu Nianji chuckled. Besides, I was only your student at that time, and you were so picky about me. I must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's heart to tell you that I didn't like your assistant, right? Besides, don't you think I have no right to say such a thing? As a student, being picky about her tutor's assistant was really courting death. He Jichu closed his eyes. He was actually speechless. At that time, he had almost gone crazy looking for Gu Nianji. He had desperately chased her to this world and spent another 3 years to find her. But after he found her, he realized that she had completely forgotten about him. That kind of heart-wrenching feeling made him unable to face her with a normal attitude. That was why his attitude was moody. That was why Gu Nianji felt that he was high and mighty and unapproachable. It was all his fault. He had lost her, so he deserved to be punished. He Jichu was speechless for a long time. Gu Nianji felt that there was an awkward silence between the two of them, so she quickly changed the topic. But no matter how many reasons and evidence Wen Shui has, I still think that this package is definitely not a setup. He Jichu came back to his senses and said aloofly, of course it's not a setup. At this point, if it's still a setup, then the frequency of her encountering these frame-ups is too high. Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense. Young master, he also agrees with me. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she pulled herself together. But if we don't have any other evidence to refute her claim of frame-ups, the court might not necessarily convict her. It's not necessarily, it's definitely not. He Jichu knew more about this world than Gu Nianji. He explained to her in a gentle tone, she's now the executive dean of the Qin Corporation's private group, and she can mobilize more resources than before. She has status, and the corresponding power and wealth. If we want to convict her, we have to leave no loopholes for others to exploit. When He Jichu talked about legal matters, it was just like when Lu Jin talked about the experiments he had done. His attitude was very rigorous and serious. Yes. Gu Nianji nodded sincerely. Actually, when a lawyer fights a lawsuit, it's not necessarily absolute justice that can win. It's just that there are fewer loopholes and more evidence than the other party. If you face an opponent who is stronger than you, you can turn the case around in minutes. Yes. He Jichu chuckled. You haven't been a lawyer in the United States. If you had really been a lawyer in the United States, you would know why rich people have such a high rate of getting out. Because their lawyers are better than the government's lawyers. Gu Nianji said with a smile. I've also seen some American cases. Yes, in the United States, the best lawyers don't work in the government, but in law firms. So as long as the prosecutor makes a mistake and is caught by the other party's lawyer, then the prosecutor, who is the plaintiff, will lose the case. He Jichu sighed. So to win the case, you have to fight the other party with your wits and courage. If your IQ and ability are inferior to others, you lose. This is justice in the eyes of the law. Hearing this, Gu Nianji became worried. What about Wen Shui this time? Will she let her exploit a loophole again? That depends on how much evidence we can collect, He Jichu said slowly. The person who secretly took the photo has already committed suicide, which means the most important clue has been cut off. Then what should we do? Gu Nianji was a little anxious. Can't we really get anything on her? There's a way. He Ji-chu went into his room and closed the door. He said softly. Repair the plank road in the open, but do it in the dark. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1733, there's a way to deal with her. We'll continue with the third update today, and we'll add more monthly votes for May. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. The second update at 1 p.m., and the third update at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1745. Gu Nianji repeated the phrase and asked in confusion. Is this how we deal with her? Where was the plank road? What did Qinsong mean? According to the historical records, Han Axayan, the general of Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang of the Han dynasty, deceived Xiang Yu by repairing the 500-mile-long plank road. Then, he and Liu Bang led the main army to bypass the Yi River, entered Qinsong, and arrived at the Guanzhong Plain. With this as the foundation, they won the final victory. He Ji-chu smiled as he sat down in front of the computer. When she is, of course, more cunning than Xiang Yu. So, can you confuse her and win by surprise at a place she doesn't expect? That way, she won't be able to make up for it. Playing around the edges of the law is the most important way to win. Gu Nianji suddenly understood and clenched her fists excitedly. I understand now. It means that I have to be more cautious, smarter, more meticulous, and more perfect than her. Only then would she have no chance to take advantage of him. There's nowhere to run. He Ji-chu smirked and turned on his computer. It's easier said than done. I think you should take it one step at a time. I'll help you keep an eye on Wen Shui. I'll call you after you settle Qin Yaoguang's lawsuit. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. She was too excited to sleep. That's great, Professor He. My broadsword is thirsting for blood. He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed like a little fox. Young Master He, you're actually quite suitable to be a professor. He Ji-chu entered his authority and entered the encrypted system. He said, then prepare well. Tomorrow is the 16th of the first lunar month. Oh, no, it's already past midnight. Today is the 16th of the first lunar month. Gu Nianji yawned and whispered, then I'll go to bed first. I should be able to receive the timetable for the court to interrogate Qin Yaoguang again tomorrow. I have to prepare. All right, go to sleep. He Ji-chu's voice had always been cold, aloof. However, when he spoke to Gu Nianji today, his tone became gentler and gentler, as if he was coaxing a child. However, Gu Nianji fell for it. She was in a good mood. She pulled open the blanket and lay down. Good night, young Master He. He Ji-chu could tell that Gu Nianji was in a good mood, so his mood miraculously improved as well. He was in high spirits and worked until dawn. Only then did he realize why he was so energetic. He couldn't help but frown. It couldn't be like this anymore. He Ji-chu rubbed his temples and got up to wash up in the bathroom. Just then, his cell phone rang again. It was only 7:00 in the morning. Who would call so early? He Ji-chu took the phone and glanced at it. Seeing that it was Xie Qingying, he was silent for a moment before answering the call. Good morning, Qingying. He Ji-chu greeted her with a faint smile. Xie Qingying was originally full of grievances and anger, but when she heard him say, morning, she suddenly realized that all her grievances and unwillingness were like snowmen under the sun, melting away bit by bit. Xie Qingying couldn't help but smile and say, good morning, young Master He. I didn't disturb you, did I? He Ji-chu leaned against the window sill and lit a cigarette for himself. He said leisurely, no, I just finished work. Qingying, you don't have to be so polite. You've already accompanied me to meet so many visitors during the new year. Is there a need to be so distant? Xie Qingying blushed a little, but her heart was very warm. She said in a low voice. I know. We've been together for most of this year. I'm very happy, but I'm also very scared. Young Master He, do you understand what I mean? He Zhichu sighed. I understand. Qingying, you're a magnanimous and kind woman. You don't have to be as petty as others. You hide everything in your heart and treat people with a facade. Xie Qingying heard He Zhichu's words and realized that he seemed to be referring to someone, but she couldn't figure out who he was talking about. She was even more embarrassed to ask him, so she said softly, I heard you sent people to arrest Wen Shi. He Zhichu said lightly, to be precise, the court issued the arrest warrant. We were just assisting the court. Xie Qingying said emotionally, Young Master He, do you know why Wen Shi did this? He Zhichu shook his head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. He didn't care about her motive for doing this. He only cared about how to bring her to justice. Young Master He, you really have a heart of steel. Xie Qingying said with a faint smile. Actually, Wen Shi has feelings for you. Don't you know it all? He Zhichu, she has feelings for me. He Zhichu's brows furrowed. How did you know? Did she tell you herself? Not really, but when I said it, she didn't object. Xie Qingying hooked her phone with her hand and sat on her bed. She asked nervously, Young Master He, I know that after Nianji left, Wen Shi took Nianji's place and stayed by your side. Tell me the truth, do you really not have feelings for Wen Shi? Xie Qingying knew that she should pretend not to know about this kind of thing and not remind He Zhichu that there was a woman who had a crush on him. The result of this was actually a thankless task. However, she was like a demon. She really wanted to know if He Zhichu had any compassion for the women who had a crush on him. She also wanted to prove whether He Zhichu's feelings for her were friendship and family, or true love. Therefore, she chose to lay everything out in front of He Zhichu and observe how he would choose. From there, she could judge how sincere his feelings for her were. He Zhichu's face darkened. Qingying, did I give you an illusion, or did Wen Shi give you an illusion? Why do you think I would have feelings for Wen Shi? Really? Xie Qingying was surprised and delighted. Young Master He, as long as you say it, I will always believe you. There was never such a thing. He Zhichu's head hurt. Wen Shi didn't replace Nianji when she was at my house for the past few years. Nianji's position is irreplaceable. If someone says that again in the future, you can use this to return the favor. When Xie Qingying heard this, the smile on her face faded. Gu Nianji's position was irreplaceable? Her heart ached again. Young Master He, Nianji has always been number one in your heart, right? He Zhichu, only then did he understand what Xie Qingying meant. She actually cared about Gu Nianji, right? He Zhichu's head hurt even more. He and Gu Nianji had never started at all, and Gu Nianji had no romantic feelings for him. Xie Qingying's question was even more ridiculous than when she asked about Wen Shi. He Zhichu's voice turned cold. Qingying, I just said that I admire your magnanimous and kind personality, but why did you have to beat around the bush? Xie Qingying was speechless. Because she cared about him too much, she had to be careful and meticulous. Because she wanted him to fall in love with her too much, she had to constantly test his bottom line. She didn't want to lose him, but she wanted him to fall in love with her even more. If there was no love, she thought, she would still give up on this relationship. She had her own pride and wouldn't be a spare tire in someone else's relationship, even if that person was her idol. Young Master He, it's my fault. I'm too worried about personal gains and losses, Xie Qingying said with difficulty. But I'm a woman, and I love you. That's why I'm so uncertain. When it comes to relationships, who is 100% sure of the other party's feelings? He Jichu understood and rubbed his forehead. He said lightly, although Nianji is young, she never cares about these things and has never tested me. Xie Qingying couldn't take it anymore. She shouted at the phone. That's because she doesn't love you. She hung up the phone in a panic and immediately turned it off. She threw it into the lowest drawer of the bedside table and hid it. She covered her face with the blanket and thought to herself that she was really done for. She actually said such things in front of He Jichu. He Jichu seemed to have been enlightened and understood Gu Nianji's attitude in front of him. Was that a sign of no love? He Jichu closed his eyes and gripped the mouse tightly in his hand. Finally, with a bang, he crushed the mouse. Gu Nianji had been too excited last night and was sleepy from walking, so she woke up late in the morning. Lu Jin checked the surveillance cameras several times to make sure that no one else was on their floor. He then ran to Gu Nianji's apartment door and knocked twice to greet her. He entered the password and opened the door. Nianji. Why aren't you up yet? Lu Jin knocked on her bedroom door. There's a letter from the court. Gu Nianji didn't want to move at first, but when she heard that it was a letter from the court, she immediately pushed the blanket away and got out of bed. She opened the door. Where's the letter from the court? Lu Jin handed the letter to her and said casually, the full DNA sequence test for Wendayo and Liang Meili is out. When are you coming to my lab? I'll show you something interesting. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1734, My Big Knife is Hungry. We'll continue with the third update today, and we'll add more monthly votes for May. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1746. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She took the letter with one hand and said, today is such a good day. There's so much good news early in the morning. She opened the letter from the court. It was indeed the day of Qin Yaoguang's trial again. It was scheduled for Monday next week. There were only a few days left before the next trial. Gu Nianji put the court notice back into her file and turned to Lu Jin. Dad, I'll go wash up. Why don't you sit down for a while? No, I'll bring you breakfast. Lu Jin smiled and said, Boss Lu will go to work later. I have to urge him to make breakfast. Gu Nianji laughed. Dad, you're always like this. Aren't you afraid that President Lu will be angry? Where there's oppression, there's resistance. Lu Jin scoffed. It's just cooking. Nianji, don't think so much. Go wash up, go wash up. Gu Nianji entered the bathroom in a good mood. After washing up, she came out to change her clothes. Gu Nianji came to the dining room and saw that breakfast was already on the table. A plate of small and cute soup dumplings, a bowl of yellow millet porridge, a plate of sticky purple potato balls, and a bottle of warm milk. Gu Nianji's appetite was piqued. She sat down and ate everything like a tornado. Lu Jin sat opposite her and smiled until his eyes narrowed. You haven't eaten well these past few days, have you? Remember not to be so busy in the future. Gu Nianji cursed silently. Aren't you the same? There was no difference between day and night when it came to experiments. Even eating only required filling one's stomach. She didn't urge Lu Yuan to cook anymore. She wished she could just eat a piece of bread. Then you too. I haven't eaten well these past few days, and you haven't eaten well either. Gu Nianji smiled and made a face at Lu Jin. After breakfast, Gu Nianji went to Lu Jin's laboratory in the opposite apartment. The big screen on the wall of the laboratory showed the results of Wendayo and Liang Mei's DNA sequence test. Lu Jin pointed at her with a laser pointer. Nianji, look. This is the results of Liang Mei's DNA sequence test. This is the results of Wen Shi's DNA sequence test. Wen Shi's DNA sequence had been tested a few days ago, and Wendayo's had just been tested. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand as she looked at the long and short black lines. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Lu Jin rambled on about the professional knowledge of DNA testing, then said, the DNA test showed that Liang Mei was not Wen Shi's biological mother. Liang Mei isn't Wen Shi's biological mother. I thought Liang Mei was a long-lost daughter of the Qin family. Ha 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 ha, I was overthinking things. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. That's easy. Wen Shi's biological mother must be a woman from the Qin family, right? Lu Jin laughed as well. Under normal circumstances, when Wen Shi's maternal genes are more than 90% related to the Qin family, most people would first think about Liang Mei and believe that Liang Mei is related to the Qin family. However, the DNA test found that this does not apply to Wen Shi's situation. So Wen Shi's biological mother is someone else. Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled as she asked, who is it? Can we find it? Does Wen Shi know that her mother isn't her biological mother? And what about her father? Shouldn't we ask her father who her biological mother is? The smile on Lu Jin's face widened. That's the interesting part. Tell me, tell me. Gu Nianji couldn't wait any longer. She sat up straight and looked at Lu Jin with a thirst for knowledge like a primary school student. Lu Jin clicked on the laser pointer connected to the computer, and the big screen on the wall changed to another set of DNA comparison charts. This is the full DNA sequence test results of Wendayo. This is still the full DNA sequence test results of Wen Shi. Lu Jin circled 2 places with the laser pointer. The DNA test shows that Wendayo is Wen Shi's biological father. Gu Nianji was confused when she saw Lu Jin's smug expression. Isn't that normal? What's so interesting about this? Isn't Wendayo Wen Shi's father? Lu Jin laughed uncontrollably and said loudly, that's not normal. He looked at Gu Nianji and enunciated each word clearly. Wendayo and Liang Mei were infertile patients. Back then, they couldn't have children, so they went to the Qin orphanage and adopted a newborn baby girl. That baby girl was Wen Shi. Holy **T. This news was too shocking. Gu Nianji almost jumped up from her seat. What? Wen Shi was adopted from an orphanage. I couldn't tell at all. I mean, Liang Mei was so good to her. Even her biological daughter couldn't compare to her. She even took the blame for her and went to prison. TSK, how could she face Liang Mei? Lu Jin was also filled with emotion. He said, back then, I was the one who diagnosed them and personally tested their fertility. Wendayo's sperm wasn't active enough to allow a woman to conceive naturally. Liang Mei's egg cells were born with defects and couldn't form a fertilized egg at all. She couldn't even do a test tube baby, so I suggested that they adopt a child to raise. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Dad, you also tested Wendayo and Liang Mei? Then they really have a lot of face. It's not that they have a lot of face. Lu Jin coughed uncomfortably. Mrs. He personally instructed me to do the test, so I did it casually. Mrs. He? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. Which Mrs. He? He Jichu's mother. Lu Jin knocked Gu Nianji's head with his hand. Other than her, who else is worthy of being called Mrs. He? How stupid. Dad. I didn't remember for a moment. Gu Nianji hugged Lu Jin's arm and acted coquettishly. Young master, his mother is so nice. She's just nice. At that time, Wen Dio and Liang Meili had been married for many years and had no children. Wen Dio often beat and scolded Liang Meili. Mrs. He couldn't stand it anymore, so she asked me to help them see what was going on. And then, the test showed that it wasn't just one person's problem, but two people's problem. Lu Jin shrugged. Gu Nianji understood. There was actually no need for Lu Jin to do this kind of thing himself, but He Jichu's mother, Qin Suan, had come forward to help her gardener find a doctor to treat infertility, so she had come to Lu Jin. Gu Nianji smiled slyly and said, "Dad, you've also been an infertility doctor before." A large part of Qin Yaoguang's biological genetic laboratory is related to the treatment of infertility. She has also applied for a lot of funding from the state in this area. At that time, I was working with Qin Yaoguang on biological genetic research, so I also did some tests for difficult and complicated diseases in this area. Gu Nianji blinked. But didn't you say that Wen Dio's sperm wasn't active enough to allow a woman to conceive naturally? Then where did Wen Shui come from? She had thought that Wen Dio had secretly had a child with another woman, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it wasn't right, because Lu Jin had just said that Wen Dio's sperm wasn't active enough to allow a woman to conceive naturally. Of course it was born of a woman. Lu Jin's smile faded a lot. I have to look up the information on the Qin orphanage's adoption of Wen Shui back then to see what was going on. He hadn't paid any attention to this small gardener family back then. He had helped Qin Suan and tested the reason for Wen Dio and Liang Meili's infertility, then left them alone. They later went to the orphanage to adopt a baby girl. Qin Suan was the one who told him about it. Gu Nianji frowned. But the Qin orphanage's base camp is in the south. Isn't it a little too late to investigate now? Let Boss Lu send someone to investigate. He has some capable people under him, and they're the best at doing these sneaky things. Gu Nianji, can we find out something before the court session next Monday? The most important thing is not to alert the enemy. Gu Nianji walked around Lu Jin's laboratory, constantly thinking about this matter. I'll go talk to Boss Lu. Lu Jin quickly sent Lu Yuan a text message. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and turned to look at the DNA test results on the big screen. She suddenly asked, "Dad, you've tested their DNA sequences. Can you prove that they have Wuxia genes or Japanese genes?" She remembered that in the other world, the genetic sequencing of all humans had been completed. The genes of every human race, and even the main ethnic groups of every country, had been tested. Lu Jin nodded and said casually, "Yes, they have complete Wuxia genes. They don't have the unique Japanese gene fragments. Including Wen Shui." "Including Wen Shui," Lu Jin said firmly. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that Wen Shui was a Wuxia through and through. This was today's third update, Chapter 1735, Good News. We'll continue with the third update today, and we'll add more monthly votes for May. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. All the big shots and little angels. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.